bad back right now too.
Rockstar got hurt yesterday.
I'm surprised my Stardome comedy appearance is still up on YouTube. I ripped off so much stuff. I thought it would have been flagged and taken down by now anyway.
Yeah. How are you doing, by the way, Rockstar? Are you okay?
Can I describe my night just real quick before we wrap up? So I fell and hurt the left lower side of my back. Like, it is in complete pain. Sleeping was awful. But then after that, I had to immediately go and finish a root canal at the dentist. The guy in the waiting room at the dentist office pulled out a Buc-ee's bag of caramel popcorn, started scuffing that down at the dentist office. Then I went home, and my child is big time teething right now. Cord is he woke up at 1:30 and bawling like somebody was hitting him with hot pokers. So that was
wow, teething already?
Yes, big time.
Time flies.
Yeah, so that with a bad back and sore mouth from having a root canal. So that was my night.
I don't think Nancy feels bad for you.
Yeah, that's a rough night though, Rockstar. I don't mind telling you. And the worst part of it was, I don't mind telling you. The worst part of it though was having to sit in the dentist office and listen to the guy rattle the bag of the caramel, the beaver nuggets from Buc-ee's.
What was he thinking?
You're at the dentist.
I know. Yeah. Oh, he was going back to see the dentist? He wasn't like with a patient?
No, he was in the waiting room. He was just waiting for his turn.
Oh, wouldn't you love to see that guy open his mouth?
I was going to say, that's the first thing you do is, I want to eat some popcorn, but let's get some kernels in my teeth.
That dental hygienist is back there going, hold on, I got to go to cubicle 3 first. I got to get all the popcorn out of this guy's teeth first.
Yeah. That is awful. I like those beaver nuggets though from Buc-ee's. If you've ever had them, I don't know. The beaver nuggets from Buc-ee's.
Never had those.
Oh, they're good. Excellent. That's what Rockstar's talking about. So the guy was eating at the dentist office.
Yeah.
They're good.
So the beaver nuggets like a caramel popcorn.
Yeah,
chocolate.
it's pretty much caramel popcorn.
Okay. Good stuff.
They're good though.
All right, pick threes up at nextroundlive.com. Go play that. It's always brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. What is that, about 10 locations here?
12 locations now. 12. With those new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. The best place to be. Football Saturdays and Sundays, Buffalo Wild Wings. And don't forget about the takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
Brian writes in and says, guys, I stay at the Graduate in Knoxville for big home games with Tennessee. 2 weeks ago, they had 3 rooms left for Alabama-Tennessee weekend, $2,500 a night, 2-night minimum, and they sold them out. Before we could go back and look at it.
A lot of Alabama fans I know do the old Gatlinburg Pigeon Forge deal.
Yes.
And I think that's probably the way you're going to want to go for this one.
I'll tell you, I hate to hear that because I'm going up there to cover the game not only for the next round, but for CBS 42 next week.
Yep.
And I've got to find a hotel room. I don't have one yet.
I would tell CBS 42 they didn't find you a hotel room, and I'd sit my butt in my basement and watch the game.
I do not. I don't let the TV stations book my rooms anymore because
they booked you in a 4-star instead of a 5-star.
They're below mine and LT standards.
Well, you should have let them book this one because good luck.
There's a good chance I'm staying in Chattanooga.
I think you're in Pigeon Forge. Just make it a Pigeon. Go to Dollywood. I mean, get an Arrowhead.
Well, I mean, the good news is 2:30, so that 45-minute hour drive to Chattanooga won't be that bad.
You can get a real Indian headdress there in Gatlinburg.
If I have to next week on the morning show, and don't forget tomorrow 9 a.m. Central Time, we're on, and you can join us tomorrow. And I hope to be here for Minutes Free tomorrow at 9 a.m. Or let me not hope. I'll be here for Minutes Free tomorrow at 9 a.m. But next week, if I decide to just make it a game day trip up, can I do my hits for that show in a car on the road up to Knoxville?
Yeah. I mean, if it's a good connection, it seems kind of shaky.
Okay.
Seems safe.
Where are the Rays Guardians right now?
Right now, Tampa Bay's down to their final 6 outs. We need a run. We're getting to the point that it's either going to go over or we're going to lose.
There's plenty of Guardians fans there to cheer them on.
Yeah. It's been a crappy morning so far with these two. We'll do it again live at 9 a.m. Central Time on Monday. Don't forget, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, we'll do our live show, game day show, right in the middle of college game day. Watch them for an hour. Come hang out with us for an hour, and then you can go back and see all the picks. That's tomorrow, getting you ready for football from Innisfree. Thanks to all the folks here at Innisfree. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Fun day in the NFL yesterday. The baseball playoffs get going with the Braves tomorrow after that wild card round. But we start with college football. I forget what show it was. Maybe it was on Friends. Maybe it was a Seinfeld. Maybe it was a different show. But there was one episode where they said, it just got interesting. It gets interesting for Alabama now after they hold off Texas A&M. And it's Alabama, Tennessee with two teams in the top 6, and game day is going to be there in Knoxville. What a fun weekend. Best chance Tennessee's had to beat Alabama since...
Oh, my gosh.
2007?
Saban's first year?
Since the last time they did it?
Yeah.
No.
They had a chance to beat them that day, 2007.
Yeah, they did. No,
yeah.
they got run off the field, though, that day.
Yeah, they got drilled that day.
That was the I got a text early, textbook game.
That's right.
And they're like, man, you got to play Tennessee.
No, there's no doubt this is the best chance Tennessee has winning since 07. There's zero doubt about that.
And they haven't won since 06. So we got a whole bunch of what old school Alabama fans call Tennessee Hate Week coming up on the Crimson side of this. And for the Volunteers, after a big win at LSU, there's a lot of belief that this team is a college football playoff contender, and they can get one of these big games with Alabama, Georgia. They may get 2 of them.
Boy.
And then you go this week.
Well, look,
I'm just the reaction to this Tennessee LSU game is so out of whack. So out of whack.
I don't know if it is.
Oh, it is 100%.
Because I said, look, okay, during the summer, I predicted Alabama's one misstep this season would be Tennessee.
Me too.
Yeah. And watching Tennessee, first part of the year, the offense really good. Didn't trust the defense. But for them to go on the road, and they dominated from the kick. I mean, it was over before it began.
I get the feeling you don't think Tennessee has a chance if Bryce Young plays or doesn't play.
If Bryce Young plays, it's totally different. If Bryce Young doesn't play, absolutely they've got a chance.
Yeah.
The word is Bryce is playing.
I think he's playing too. I mean, I think if Nick Saban thought they could – if you had told Nick Saban, hey, the Texas A&M game comes down to the final play, Bryce Young might have played Saturday night. I mean, Nick Saban would never say this, and everybody's like, oh, he doesn't think that way. He doesn't talk that way. But I think Nick Saban thought they could win that game with Jalen Milroe, and in fact, they could. And I don't think he ever envisioned 4 turnovers, but I think Nick Saban thought they could beat them with Jalen Milroe, and in fact, they could.
I've never seen 2 quarterbacks in Dylan Gabriel and Bryce Young look so good in warm-ups and not play.
I know. Bryce was just flipping it underhanded, but he was at least dressed.
Did not throw a single pass.
Yeah, but
warm-ups there.
If Bryce Young is back, I think Alabama wins the game. If it's Milroe, this is a really, really difficult game for Alabama. Very, very difficult.
They lose the game with Milroe.
I think it's difficult either way, and I think they can win it with Milroe. But I think it's even difficult with Bryce because that offense and those receivers are that good. Cedric Tillman will be a game week decision as well for Tennessee, their top receiver. But to your point, they went down to Baton Rouge in a really good atmosphere. Hats off to Tennessee fans. They traveled well. They were loud and a lot of Rocky Tops in Tiger Stadium. And they took it to LSU from the opening kickoff fumble. The one thing you don't want to do if you're an inferior team like LSU was is to fumble the opening kickoff and lead to an early touchdown for the Volunteers. Tennessee looks really good, especially if that defense can, hit somewhere in the top. It's almost like the old Oklahoma teams. If they can hit somewhere in the top 40 of their defense at the end of the year, they're a dangerous team.
Oh, yeah. I agree. And when they get Cedric Tillman back, watch out.
Which could be Saturday. I mean, you don't know. It could be Saturday. They're still really bad against the pass. I mean, Jaden Daniels, I will remind you, put 300 passing yards on them. That should tell you a lot right there. So that's why Bryce Young playing becomes critical.
300 yards, I'll give you that, but only 13 points.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt. And a lot of that was panicked by Brian Kelly. I don't know what Brian Kelly was doing in that game. I have been a fan of Brian Kelly as a coach, but, boy, all those 4th downs, it just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. The way he panicked. He panicked, there's no doubt. I'm just, everybody's making a big deal about Tennessee's offense in that game. Now, I do think their defense, especially getting after the passer, was impressive, but you got to remember LSU was down 3 offensive linemen in that game. That's one thing. Number 2, everybody talks about Hendon Hooker. Guys, you got to remember this is the worst pass defense Tennessee's in the country, but LSU's also gave, we're not the worst in the country, one of the worst in the country. LSU's also gave up 247 to Robbie Ashford in the first half. So moving the ball on LSU isn't going to get my attention when they gave up that kind of half to Robbie Ashford.
Yep. So that's Tennessee over LSU. Now back to the Alabama game. And listen, the slander of Jalen Milroe here. I understand you Alabama fans are not used to winning a game on the final play, or almost letting Texas A&M come in and beat you for the second year in a row. But Milroe starts at a lot of schools in the country.
Oh yeah.
And it is hard when you're watching probably the best quarterback in Alabama history, or one of them, after a string of 3 NFL starters, to Bryce Young, to Jalen Milroe, to sit there and be, I don't know, not have your vision swayed a little bit of what you're normally watching when you're watching Jalen Milroe. He does a lot of things well. You take away the ball security while scrambling out of the pocket for a couple of turnovers, which shook his confidence and led to another interception. The game ends up not being close if they don't turn the ball over. 17 of the points. Alabama's defense was lights out the other night. Lights out. Their pressure against a Texas A&M offensive line that should be better by recruiting standards is pieced together. They pressured the quarterback. The official stat of pressure, 55% of the dropbacks from Haynes King. That kid had zero time to think or throw.
It kind of reminded me of the Rams versus the Cowboys yesterday,
where the Cowboys were all over the Rams and Stafford.
I mean, you can't, as a quarterback, you just can't do anything when you've got that type of pressure. And it's also a reflection in the run game. I mean, A&M had 70 rushing yards to Alabama's 288.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Alabama took the run away from them and made them very one-dimensional.
Yeah. A-Chain, who, much like Bijan Robinson in the Texas close win for Alabama, is a focal point of their offense, and Alabama said, okay, if anybody beats us, not going to be A-Chain, and he was held to under 100 yards of total offense.
Yeah, and to the point with Milroe, he struggled throwing the football. I don't think there's any doubt about that, and they didn't appear to have a ton of confidence. But you also got to remember, it's a really good Texas A&M pass defense.
Yeah.
And I think obviously the game plan was, let's don't put Milroe in difficult situations. Let's go in and run the football the way we think we can run it. And, when he had to pass, he wasn't great initially. He did have some good moments. I mean, that touchdown to Latu was a tight window he threw it in. That was a good touchdown pass.
Yeah. And, conservative play calling from Bill O'Brien, because you've got to – even though you're using the same playbook, you don't. The playbook's not as open,
right,
for Jalen Milroe as it is for Bryce Young. And to your point, Nick Saban said it, and we talked about it on Friday's show. Nick Saban respected that Texas A&M defense a lot. When you can rotate 15 4- and 5-star defensive linemen in throughout the game, keeping those guys fresh, thought the Alabama offensive line did a really good job in that win. Great atmosphere over there, 24-20. Alabama wins it. They do drop in the AP poll. We'll talk a little bit about that as we get going here. Best and worst of the weekend coming up. Your comments everywhere. Hit the thumbs up button as we get going today. Phone calls at 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Before we talk a little bit more about the AP poll and everything we saw this weekend, let me tell you that Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing would love to help you out with your roof situation right now. Maybe you got a perfectly fine roof. Maybe you don't know what kind of situation your roof's in right now, and you need a free, no-cost inspection. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, will give you that. A free, no-cost inspection. He's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. He and his wife own the company. It's been locally owned for over 20 years, so they're going to back up their work with the fact that they live in your neighborhood as well. Here's the phone number to call for that free, no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. He'll handle storm damage, anything for you. He'll even pressure wash your metal roof as well. 205-542-3531 or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Georgia's number 1 now. Ohio State's number 2. Alabama's number 3 in the AP poll. Coaches poll, if you still look at that, Alabama holds on to the number 1 ranking. It's very volatile in the rankings this year. The pollsters, the 64, 65 people that are doing the poll this year, not afraid to juggle it up. Ohio State probably start to finish has been the most consistent team since the beginning of the year, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, outside of that weird look, at Notre Dame's coming back a little bit. I mean, they get the win over BYU this past weekend. But the way that offense was really shut down, at least in the first half of that game, was kind of strange. But since then, I mean, It's just been a lights-out offense.
Yeah, I mean, they were really, really good. And they've done it without Jackson Smith and Jigbo, which a lot of people thought was the best wide receiver in the nation coming into the season. And he's barely even been on the field for them. So once they get him back, I mean, that's a good Ohio State team. Now, you know, they've kind of crept through the easier part of their Big Ten schedule. They've still got to play Penn State on the road. They've still got to play Michigan. Michigan State's just – they've fallen so badly.
They have. That was who Ohio State played this weekend, and it was a beat down. Buckeyes with them on the road there in East Lansing. But Georgia handled Auburn in the Deep South's oldest rivalry the way you would expect that game to have played out. A little over 30 point, 29.5 point spread. And Auburn struggled in that game from the get-go. A lot of people criticizing Brian Harsin for rolling the dice early on with that play call, and almost looked as if he was a little desperate to try to make something magical happen for Auburn.
Well, the reason you don't question a decision like that if Georgia's on their A game, because you got to take some risk. But Georgia was not playing well. Georgia did not play well at all on Saturday. Stetson Bennett's off right now.
Yeah, I mean, that score covers up some really bad offensive play by Georgia in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, in that first half, Georgia was off offensively, which is – you know, and I know I've got the hindsight, the benefit of hindsight, knowing that, okay, Georgia didn't really do a whole lot the entire first half, but it's what made that call by Harsin so puzzling. I mean, your defense was winning the game at that point. Your defense was winning that battle over their offense. They couldn't do much, and then you turn around and give them a short field and get the crowd in the game, you know, just wake them up offensively.
Do you feel like he was doing that? Do you feel like he was doing that because he knew he was, you know, massive underdogs? He was trying to sort of flip the script, maybe hit that play a little too early?
Well, I think he did it because he knew his offense couldn't score. Now, why you do it at that part of the field, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's easy for me to say this. I've never coached a game, but LT, if I'm in that situation and I know my offense isn't going to score many, if any at all, right? And I'm going to have to fake a kick or something like that to win a game. Don't you at least see how the other team is playing first and maybe wait for them to score before you do that?
Absolutely. And it's also becoming a trend against Georgia.
Well, I don't
know. Like Georgia's prepared for a lot of these fake punts.
That's right. They've given up two.
Yeah, they gave up one to Kent State. They gave up one to South Carolina. And so they've seen this before.
Yeah, so that's, to me, the fact that they've given up two tells me
they're not taking a lot of chances on the punt right now.
Right, and they've probably spent extra time on this. I mean, Kirby's a good football coach. Kirby's going to realize, okay, we've got a deficiency here. We self-scout. We know we're doing something that these teams are seeing. So let's figure this out and fix it. So if you think you're going to go in there and say, okay, it worked for Kent State, it worked for South Carolina, let's do the same thing, that's probably a bad game plan.
Yeah, 8 first-half penalties for Auburn in that game, and you know, Brian Harsin said afterwards, it's frustrating as hell, the penalties. He goes, but you really can't say much in that situation or argue it's not going to change the call or anything. You just sort of bounce back, you do the next play. You get the debate of when, if, inevitable, not inevitable, when it's going to happen. You can spend every second of every day doing that. You guys all have your opinion. It could happen right now. It could happen tomorrow. It could happen next week. It could happen in December. It'll happen when it happens.
I've got a different take on this now, though.
Okay.
I thought it would happen. It's almost becoming a pissing match between the boosters and Harsin, because it almost seems like Harsin's ready, like the relief, just to be let go and get his $18 million. But it's almost like the other side now is like, we think this guy wants out. We're just going to make him go through this season.
Make him earn that buyout?
Yeah, make him earn the buyout and just get embarrassed, because, I mean, it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah. I don't know about getting embarrassed, but I've said it for the past few weeks. Why not go ahead and make him – I mean, he's going to get the money regardless. Somebody's got to run the program. We're not going to stop playing football the rest of the year. You're not going to really jump ahead of anybody in a coaching search. If you need to get out there and get ahead of somebody, then maybe you can make a move. But until then, if who you're after isn't going to be impacted, you can't hire him right now. That person's going to finish their job this year too. I don't see a benefit. Just let the $16 million, let him earn it.
Yeah, I mean, there are like Bobby pointed out over the weekend, everybody that says there's not benefits to firing a coach, go look at how Georgia Tech has played since they fired Jeff Collins. That is true. There are benefits. A lot of times teams play better once it happens. It's a kind of a reset. They play for the interim. What does that gain you in the long run? I don't know. I mean, if Auburn finishes this season, if they fire Harsin and it sparks them and they finish 6-6 and go to a bowl, great, right? But if they keep Harsin and they finish 4-8 and don't go to a bowl, how has that changed the future of Auburn football? And don't give me bowl buyout.
Well, it hadn't, but I mean, for the players, it's more fun. For the fans, the season's a little more fun.
Absolutely.
Because right now, if you've got 6 games to go, if I put the win total on these final 6 games at 1.5 for Auburn,
I'd take the under.
I would take the under.
Yeah. And again, we talk about Western Kentucky all the time, and I know they lost to UTSA. Tyson Hilton has done a really good job. They've got the number 3 quarterback in the country in yards per game. They throw the ball over the field. This is, again, I'll say, that is not just a game you can throw in the win column. So there are no givens anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Western Kentucky's 3-3, but their 3 losses all by 1 possession.
Yeah, it's a good enough team to beat Auburn, especially if they're a beat down Auburn team. LT, do you think Ole Miss has ever been a 2-touchdown favorite over Auburn?
I mean, back in the 60s?
Yeah,
maybe.
If you go back to Archie Manning's days or before that in the late –
I don't know when we started tracking point spreads.
Yeah, but in the late 50s, you know, Auburn was a national championship team in 57, about the same time as the Johnny Vaught days were cranking up over there.
Yeah, I would bet they've never been a 2-touchdown favorite over Auburn. And I know that's not how you judge programs, but still.
Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you've got a son or daughter who's a junior or senior in high school looking for a great place to call home, Montevallo's that place. You can check them out, montevallo.edu, for all the information you need, including an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. Wonderful class sizes, 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. That way you get a small class size. It's going to help your kid succeed academically, but all the fun of college, too, at the University of Montevallo. Got the social life with the Greeks, the fraternities and sororities, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, and a lot more. Check it out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Speaking of interim coaches, Mickey Joseph, Sean Aguana, Jim Leonard, and Brent Key all winning at Nebraska, Arizona State, Wisconsin, and Georgia Tech this week.
Yeah, I think the only notable one is Wisconsin because this appears to be Leonard's audition for the job. I don't think any of those other guys are anywhere. Well, maybe Mickey Joseph in Nebraska.
42-7, Wisconsin beat Northwestern.
Yeah, and that's an impressive win there. Not that Northwestern's great, but still way better.
On the road by 35.
Much better than they've been playing.
Yeah, finally showed up again. You know, I was impressed with Wisconsin this weekend. It looked like the Wisconsin we thought we would see this year.
Yeah, and, you know, maybe getting back to what you think the standard of Wisconsin should be with the guy who could be your next head coach feels a little bit different. You know, Mickey Joseph, Nebraska beat Rutgers. The Arizona State upset of Washington was surprising to some.
It was. You know, Washington loses a game, and now you've lost back-to-back in this great story in Kalen DeBoer and Michael Penix Jr., and there's a lot to go. I mean, the Pac-12 is kind of reminding me of the Big 12. Like, there's a couple of teams at the bottom, but everybody else can beat anybody.
Yeah, USC and UCLA on top of the heap right now. Oregon looking good, only lost to Georgia. We'll talk about all of that as we continue to move on throughout the day. In the very first segment, though, here, Forrest, give me the reaction in the South Carolina locker room. Let me go back to SEC Media Days.
All right.
Where Mark Stoops hinted that about, you know, the way he's built his program compared. He never said Shane Beamer, you know, with funny sunglasses or dancing around and all sorts of hype videos and all of that. But South Carolina goes into Kentucky. No Will Levis. Kentucky loses the football game. South Carolina beats them. And in the locker room, Shane Beamer, remembering what was said about, you know, culture and the way you build a program. And they had a little fun there in the Kentucky, in Lexington's locker room.
Hey, make sure we're classy in our post game with the media, all right? But at SEC Media Days, he talked about stupid sunglasses and dancing. Come on, God.
Oh, my gosh. Let's make sure we're classy in the postgame. But
turn it up, Rocky.
He's going Tyreek Hill.
They turned it down. I didn't.
Okay, they turned it down. Pump it a little bit for me if you can.
That's maxed.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I do love
Can't wait for this next one.
Yeah, the next one's even more fun. I do love the, everybody be classy in your post game. But let me turn my hat around backwards, put some sunglasses on.
If I would have told you on October 8th, back in August, that there would be two bigger coaching feuds on October 8th than Saban and Jimbo Fisher. You would have said no way.
Hilarious.
We'll talk about the Deion Sanders and Eddie Robinson Jr. one a little bit later in the show. But when we come back, best and worst of the weekend as we get going. Best thing you've seen, worst thing we've seen. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Alabama Power.
They remind you, Jim Dunaway, that timely communication is more important than ever. And Alabama Power wants you to know you got a lot of options when it comes to reaching them, extending beyond phone or mail. Paperless billing allows you to receive your bill via email each month. For more information, alabamapower.com/myaccount.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing Shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
We're back with you on the next round. Week 7 of college football. If you go to our Twitter feed at Next Round Live or mine at Jim Dunaway, you can get this week's college football worksheet where we have some really interesting games coming up. We'll talk about those as we move throughout the day and best and worst of the weekend. Before LT tells us about Hemphill and we set the table for best or worst of the weekend, some people quickly went to this on Saturday night after the game. I didn't get to see it as it happened. I heard it in my earpiece. I was working with CBS 42, and we carried the Jimbo Fisher news conference. He made it to the podium quicker than Nick Saban did, so I did hear this live when he said it because, Alabama didn't have Bryce Young, and Jimbo wanted to make a point that, in his eyes, they didn't have their starting quarterback either. Here's Jimbo.
There'll be a narrative to come out of this game from some quarters that they didn't have Bryce Young, if not for the turnovers.
Yeah, well, we didn't have Anais Smith. We didn't have our left tackle. We didn't have our left guard. We didn't have McKinley Jackson first time he's played. We didn't have Shamar Turner. Other people, we've been shorthanded all year too. Ain't nobody, we don't look for qualms, and they don't, and he won't either. I know Nick. He ain't gonna look for no qualms. Yeah, we're playing a backup quarterback too. So that was 2 good teams that looked up and battled and went at it, and shows you what we're capable of.
Technically not your backup quarterback, the guy who's won your job twice, but I understand what he's saying.
No, he had a good point about the other part. Everybody's got injuries right now. It happens to be quarterback for Alabama, which is a key injury, but you can't paint Haynes King as your backup.
Well, and
he's won the job twice last year
under you.
Year,
yeah.
And there's a bigger drop when you're talking about the best quarterback in Alabama history, possibly, to the backup quarterback. Yeah. It's not. There's just not much difference between Max Johnson.
No, A&M had a better chance of winning that game with Anais Smith in there rather than Max Johnson. Like if you could have said, Jimbo, who you want in there, I think he'd have taken Anais Smith rather than Max Johnson. So
I still think
the bigger injury for them was a receiver, and not quarterback.
Is not a shot at Milroe, and he had a couple of mistakes, and Saban pointed those turnovers out after the game. But I do have a feeling that if Bryce would have played in this game, they would have won by 3 or 4 touchdowns.
I agree.
Yeah, well, maybe if Jalen hangs on to the football when moving around with a little bit more playing experience and knowing how to protect the ball when he's scrambling, they may win by a couple of touchdowns. But that's an if, and, or but. Part of Best and Worst of the Weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services.
When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Jerry is in McCalla. He's next with us. Hey, Jerry, how you doing, man?
Good, man. How y'all?
Awesome. Thank you, Jerry.
Great. Hey, y'all got the most awesomest show on the radio.
Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you.
Don't let it die.
That is the goal. Trust me.
Yeah. That's why we took control of it, so it wouldn't die.
Yeah. Hey, first off, I'm scared to death. I'm an Alabama fan. I'm scared to death of this coming weekend with Tennessee. It just, it just scares me to death. But what I wanted to say was the best thing I've seen. I watched the 30 for 30 yesterday morning when I woke up, and all my life I hated Steve Spurrier. Being a Bama fan, he just always got under your skin. But if anybody will ever take the time and watch that 30 for 30, I'll tell you what, that is a good man. if you haven't watched it, you need to watch it. It goes back to the beginning of his career at Duke and all that he went through and whatnot. But I tell you what, that Steve Spurrier, he is a good man.
Interesting.
No, I've always liked him too, but like you, Jerry, because when you're caught up in the moment, he's sort of the villain. You're on the other sidelines. It's hard to like him, but once you're not cheering against him and you can, see the other side a little bit better. Absolutely, I love Steve Spurrier and what he did in his career.
But if you haven't watched it, go back and watch the 30 for 30 with Steve Spurrier. It is awesome.
All right, thank you, Jerry.
But hey, guys, keep it up.
All right.
Jerry with his best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. A lot of people in the chat room as well, Brown.
All right, here we go. And remember, you could jump in the chat room watching us on any of our video platforms. And while you're there, give us a thumbs up. Make sure you've subscribed and set your alerts. Share us, retweet us, all those things. The more you share, the better it is for us. If you, like Jerry, don't want us to die, that is very helpful. I want before we get to best and worst out of the chat room, this is bouncing around today. NH3425 says, has anybody heard of a press conference today outside of the normal Brian Harsin press conference? That rumor is bouncing around on social media. Auburn has not announced one. It was supposed to be at 10 o'clock this morning. It is 9:30.
It came from a fake account that
okay.
is out
that
there.
explains it. All right,
if you look at the reporter who reported that, it's I'm Barning Hard is the reporter. So,
do you not know that's his name though? I mean, are you certain his name is not a Barning Hard?
I don't think so. I think
it's
one
what nationality that would be.
I think that's one of those that would end up in one of our opens. But back to best and worst of the weekend over there. Matt says watching Brown have to try and manage the after game stream is one of his best of the weekend. He loves watching you on Saturday nights. How to manage that?
I don't think I can do that one again.
Yeah,
I was hurting cats.
I didn't get to see it. Didn't get to see it this week.
Michael says finally home with the baby. His best, the baby boy Brody. His worst, staying in the hospital for 5 days. That sucks, but glad you're home. Chris's best, Josh Allen, over 400 yards in the win. Worst, Jimbo's backup quarterback statement that you just heard right there. Boy, Josh Allen was good yesterday against Pittsburgh. Man,
that's a hell of a team.
Elliot says, got to give it to Jimmy D. My friend Katie spotted him catching a nap in his car on Saturday. Life on the road is real. Jim is the MVP, though.
Who's that? Who was that?
Elliot.
Elliot?
Yeah. So you were napping in the car?
Yeah, that's 100% true. I didn't know I'd fallen asleep. In full honesty, we had a big weekend Thursday and Friday. I went home Friday night, drove back Saturday morning. Got to Innisfree, did our 9 to 10 show. Then, got a little breakfast, walked over to the stadium, did 12 to 2 o'clock on CBS 42 out in the sun. Then walked back downtown because the game doesn't start till 7. So I walked back downtown, went to a local establishment, said, my Rays are on. They're not scoring any runs. Might as well have a double Red Mont vodka and juice. So I sat there and sipped that, watched no runs there, watched the Georgia-Auburn game a little bit, watched all the games on all the TVs. And the Rays game goes in extra innings. So I said, might as well have another Red Mont vodka and juice. So I had that. And then the game's in the 13th inning. I can't keep taking up space when everybody's wanting to turn the Rays off because there's no runs going. They want to watch college football where they're actually scoring.
Rightfully so.
So I gave up my TV and my seat, and I go back and I sit in my car and I start watching on my phone. Well, Rockstar. The sun's beating down. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Got my sunroof open, cool breeze blowing through. Baseball is on, which will lull you to sleep anyway. So I think I dozed off for a little bit. I wouldn't use the word passed out. Dozed off for a little bit, and I didn't know I'd went to sleep. And then, walk back over to the stadium, do the game, post game, and I'm talking to some friends. They were like, "Hey, do you still drive your Ram truck?" And I said, "No, I'm in an Alfa Romeo now from Alfa Romeo Birmingham." And they were like,
"It's on the median."
They were like, "I knew that was you. You were asleep in the front seat about 2:30." I said, "Absolutely, that was me."
No, I was praying.
There is a big difference.
Did you Did you come back to Birmingham Saturday night after the game?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Bama football 414 best. The cocktail crowd, the BDS cocktail crowd, finally getting loud. The worst. The post-game show with Lance and the drunk women. That's his band, Lance and the Drunk Women. Did the crowd seem like on TV was a good crowd?
Yeah, I mean, it always is for big games. It always is.
Yeah, it wasn't always in Bryant-Denny, no. As he calls them, the cocktail crowd.
Not anymore. I mean, since they've gotten really good. I mean, the Bryant-Denny crowd for big games is fantastic, especially night games.
Yeah.
The light show, the music. It's such the stadium since I first went there in the early 90s is, I mean, it's one of the best, if not the best college football stadium out there. The way it looks, the sight lines and everything. It was full to the rim, the light show, the music. It was fantastic. It was a wonderful setting.
Looked great on TV. I've always said, back in the day when Tennessee was good, my favorite game day experience was Neyland.
No, it's good.
And I'm going to go up Saturday just because it seems like we're taking a time machine back in time.
Yeah, Stephanie Walker, NBC 13, telling me 72 is the early forecast.
Ooh.
And mostly sunny skies.
Yeah, low's 40 though.
Yeah, but 72 at kick. Okay. Yeah, it's a day game, 2:30.
No, I get that,
Yeah.
but if you're going up there, you're tailgating, and then after the game, I mean, it's tough to prepare for 30 degrees of fluctuation in temperatures.
Yeah, talk to the people who live in the desert, man. It really fluctuates out there. JD's up in Huntsville. Best and worst of the weekend. More on that in a second. What's up, JD?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I had a great weekend. I got to go to the Alabama game, and it about drove me crazy, but it was a lot of fun going out there and just spending the day, seeing everything. We don't go out there much. I went out there with my sister and my nephew. But about the game, I mean, you got to give a guy like Milroe some easy throws early, to just kind of get him in sync, and they did not do that. And also, I just thought that, look, you tell a guy like Milroe, first progression, second progression, and then take off. And he just held the ball too long. Probably the worst thing that I heard or I read on Twitter about him was like, y'all need to lay off Milroe because he's doing the best he can. I'm like, dude, that's worse than ripping him. You're saying he couldn't do any better, so we just need to go, okay. Nobody asked Nick about Ty Simpson. Did he ever consider, bringing him in, or was he even ready to go? And I thought that was interesting. Guys, did you see the Tom Brady play against the Falcons?
Of course. Yeah. That's my worst of the weekend. Not that the Falcons would have won the game, but it was a horrible call in the moment, yes.
I mean, is that something that the NFL is going to have to address with those officials, or are they just going to let it slide by and say, no, it's Tom Brady? And he gets
Jerome Boger,
out? I mean,
the guy that made the call is a veteran guy. It just didn't make any sense. We were all watching it in real time, and I mean, that's one of those bag breakers because, Atlanta had a little momentum and Dunaway's right. I mean, we don't know if they would have won the game. I felt like it would have been really interesting, but you just can't make that call. I mean, he did everything the way you're taught to do it now.
That's right. He didn't hit him. And for the guy who cheers for the Buccaneers, who has a 45-year-old quarterback who's afraid every time he goes to the ground it's going to be his last play, that's the way I want him tackled. He didn't hit him. He grabbed him. He spun him, and he basically laid him on the ground. He did everything but put a pillow and a blanket out for him.
Yeah, and then Brady kind of kicked him.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, when the flag came out initially, I thought they were calling Brady for kicking him.
Well, I mean, he is Tom Brady. So,
there's no doubt. So that's why the call was made.
It was,
wow.
but he didn't want the guy to, how they do the nut drag walkover sometimes. He didn't want that to happen to him, which is why you put your foot up at that point, right?
Antonio Brown's been doing that all week.
Yeah, he has.
Wow.
But JD, it was a horrendous call, and I tweeted it instantly. And I'm a huge Buccaneer fan. I watch as much of it as I can. I love them, and it was a horrible call, bogus call.
Well, let me tell you about the absolute best for me this weekend. Westminster Christian Brandon Mush had 9 more touchdowns in a game. I talked about him a couple of weeks ago, been sending clips to Brown. 9 more touchdowns, over 500 yards total offense. He's got 44 touchdowns on the season and can't get a look by anybody. So I hope Luganville or somebody will look at his video and say, maybe we ought to look at this guy.
Is he a senior now, did you say?
A junior,
no, he's
right?
a junior.
Yeah.
Junior, okay.
Junior.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Very
JD.
good.
Yeah, hopefully somebody spots the kid.
Yeah.
Want to see him get a shot.
My best of the weekend, you can get lost in all the negatives from the Alabama game, but without Bryce Young, the box was more crowded. Defenders walking up, the threat of a deep pass wasn't there, and the fact that you could get Jahmyr Gibbs 21 carries for 154 yards when they knew that Alabama's best chance of doing something positive was to run the football. I thought it was Jahmyr Gibbs's best game compared to talent on the other side and them knowing that he was going to run the football. 21 for 154. I thought Gibbs was fantastic.
Yeah, I am convinced now that the identity of this team moving forward is going to be, Gibbs running the football, and then obviously Bryce is Bryce. But I'm pretty confident now we're not going to have that wide receiver that's going to separate themselves.
Yeah, but the more Gibbs runs the football, the easier it's going to be for those wide receivers to play. That's creating space for them as teams continue to creep up and stop the run. Now, I think some of what you saw was they didn't fear Milroe throwing the ball, so they're able to do that.
If they were, it's going to be short throws.
Right, with Bryce Young in there. For instance, if he plays against Tennessee, I don't think Tennessee can defend that way. You can't give Bryce Young receivers one-on-one the way A&M could have done against Jalen Milroe.
Yeah,
you can't do that. Not with Bryce Young. He's too good.
But even with Gibbs running as much as he was with the tight boxes, Alabama still had so many crossing routes when Milroe could get it to them that worked to their advantage and led to 3 touchdowns.
It's still hard to believe that not one Alabama receiver had more than 3 receptions.
Yep.
And it was just, it seemed like yesterday when you had on the same field Jerry Jeudy, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, and Henry Ruggs. And you don't have one guy on that roster that's even close to those guys.
Yeah, but Milroe was only 12 of 19 throwing the football for 111 in that game. Couple of sponsors to tell you about as we do best and worst of the weekend. One of those is our friends from Dobel Diamante Tequila. You're talking about Diamante Tequila, some of the smoothest, most crisp tequila that's out there. In fact, I think it was Ryan, a different Ryan, that sent me a DM and said, man, I tried the tequila. He goes, and I'm in the business. I know you're just doing a read, but I want you to know how good it is. Well, I mean, we do reads. There's no doubt about that. But I want to tell you guys that we actually believe in the product. And he said, I'm just sipping it out of the refrigerator, and it is fantastic. So we recommend the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear and multi-aged tequila. Wherever you buy your tequila, go check this out. It is aged in new European oak barrels, double filtered to remove the color, give you that crystal clear spirit, perfect for sipping or mixing. It is Dobel Diamante Tequila. Ask for it by name wherever you buy your tequila. We'll continue with Best and Worst of the Weekend after LT tells you about our friends from the Urology Centers of Alabama.
Hey, and they want to remind you about bladder cancer. Bladder cancer is a common type of cancer that begins in the cells of the bladder. The bladder is a hollow muscular organ in your lower abdomen that stores urine. Bladder cancer signs and symptoms may include blood in the urine, painful urination, frequent urination, and back pain. Factors that may increase bladder cancer risk include smoking, increasing age, being male, personal or family history of cancer. Although there's no guaranteed way to prevent bladder cancer, you can take steps to help reduce your risk. For instance, don't smoke. Take caution around chemicals. Choose a variety of fruits and vegetables in your diet. For an appointment with our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, call today, 205-930-0920. That's 205-930-0920. It's Urology Centers of Alabama.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services. For all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for next round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
As a U.S. Navy SEAL, Jared Hudson fought for us to keep America a safer place to live. He's trained hundreds of law enforcement officers across the nation and served in the ranks himself. Jared Hudson wants to be your sheriff, where he can protect Jefferson County, you, and your family.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
Back with you on the next round. Interesting point spreads. We'll talk about that coming up at the top of the hour and the possibility of a major shakeup in the rankings this week. It's guaranteed we're going to have a big shakeup because we have that many good games coming up, including number 3 Alabama on the road at number 6 Tennessee. It's highlighting a great week of college football. We continue with best and worst of the weekend, though, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill in just a second. Coming up on the show, in our Michelson look ahead, John Samuel Shenker with us at 10:25. We'll talk to him. He's got great numbers right now compared to setting a tight end record last year. He's on pace to maybe do that again this year. We'll talk to John Samuel Shenker about where Auburn goes after the loss to Georgia. Joel Klatt is with us at 11 Central, starting hour number 3. The Nick Saban News Conference Tennessee week at 12 noon. That is all coming up. Part of the show and our Michelson look ahead, brought to you by Michelson.
Yeah, make that phone call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts or the glasses, you're wasting money each and every year. I was doing it myself for more than a decade. Finally went in 20 years ago, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. 2015 vision, still better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy Toller. The next round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Conveniently located, UAB Highlands. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business. Call them today. Tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100.
Hey, official breaking news right here about Deion. The Atlanta Falcons have traded Deion Jones to the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, done away. Matt says, best of the weekend. Watching Brown have to try to manage the after-game stream. The worst of the weekend, it was clear Rick Neuheisel didn't do 1 ounce of prep work for the Georgia game. Drive by on Rick Neuheisel there. Look, when you got the backup crew, it's tough, man.
Yeah.
Now, Rick, I love Rick, but he kept calling Gerner the wrong name.
Yeah, I like Rick, too, a lot. And I heard him this morning talking about what a great experience it was in Athens. I don't know.
Yeah. Gino says, best, Coach Rob not bowing down to Dion. Worst, the roughing passer against Brady and him getting more kicks. Brady getting more kicks off than Koo. That is funny. Jerry says, worst of the weekend, Kyler Murray pregame suit. I don't know if you guys saw that one.
I did not see a suit.
Looked like it looked like, when they do, there's a commercial right now. I don't know. I think it's Geico where the guy's in the green screen, the chroma key costume. He pretending he's the alien. That's what Kyler Murray looked like. That was what his suit looked like. I think Rockstar is going to find it for you.
Well, going back to the best of the week. Well, let's let Rockstar find this suit first. So he had a green screen suit on, is what we're saying.
That's
electric
there
green
you go.
is being
there you
described.
Go. Green screen suit is basically what it looked like. Like he was in a movie, and they needed to chroma key something on his body, so he had to wear that suit.
Yeah, he could not do local weather in front of the green screen doing that.
It was bold.
But was it the best or worst? The SWAC rivalry there. Eddie Robinson Jr., head coach of Alabama State. He's upset. Rockstar, give me cut number 8 there. He's upset that Dion is doing a play-action deep pass with his backup quarterback late in the game. And, Dion brings a lot of attention to SWAC football, to Jackson State. He's got one of the better FCS teams in America. Alabama State played them, 26-12. It was a hard-fought game. It's been a little bit of a rivalry between Dion and Alabama State since Dion got into the league. And Eddie Robinson Jr. is the son of the great Eddie Robinson. Right?
No, he is not.
Oh, he's not?
No relation
at all.
whatsoever.
Yeah, there you go. Bad assumption of me.
That was a bad
Named
assumption.
Eddie Robinson Jr. So no relation to the great Grambling coach. But Eddie Robinson Jr., who is the head coach at Alabama State, gets into the handshake. There's the video right there. He pulls away from him. Dion goes in for the, quote, bro hug, as some coaches do. To pull him close and whisper in the ear or say something, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with it. So after the game, both coaches had a chance to talk about what the incident right here. We start with Eddie Robinson Jr., the head coach of Alabama State.
I guess me being up front is just like I thought it was a lot of disrespect the whole week, and so you're not going to be disrespectful the whole week in the media. We didn't talk in the pregame. I was out there the whole time at the 50-yard line. He walked through our whole our whole huddle on our end zone. And came a long way around to get to his side of the field in the pregame. Thought that wasn't classy at all. And so in the postgame, I'm not about to give you the Obama bro hug. I'm going to shake your hand and I'm going to go on. I'm going to always be respectful and respect the game. You got the great guys, W.C. Gordons, Eddie G. Robinsons, those guys, Marino Chasm. I'm living on the shoulders of the SWAC. He ain't SWAC. I'm SWAC. He ain't SWAC.
One of the comments that kind of disturbed me out of all the comments is that I'm not SWAC. Who is? I got time today. Who is SWAC? If I ain't SWAC, who is SWAC? If I ain't SWAC, who is SWAC? If I ain't SWAC, who is SWAC? Baby, who is? And I am a whole lot of things that a lot of folks would like to be. Oh, Brian, preach. You better preach. What's going on there?
He's so entertaining.
Oh, I pray that Auburn pulls the trigger on Dion.
Please hire him. Yes.
He's swag. I don't know if he's swag or not. I mean, he on the back of his shirt at Coach Prime.
That is correct.
He's promoting his brand more than he's promoting his team's brand.
Now, you did not get the entire Eddie Robinson Jr. soundbite there. It was a long one. He did talk about, he appreciates the team Dion has. Thinks Shedeur should be in the conversation for the Heisman Trophy, one of the better quarterbacks since Steve McNair in the SWAC. He said a lot of positive stuff, but he was obviously upset by some of the things that had gone on in the week. Hard. It's hard to be on the other sideline right now, opposite of Deion Sanders.
And part of the background too is that was Alabama State's homecoming, and Deion was saying, they basically scheduled us for homecoming so they could fill their stadium. That's essentially what he said. Now, not in those exact words. So there was some back and forth already in the week.
Yeah, but I mean, Deion Sanders is going to draw a crowd. I mean, it's not a bad business practice. Part of our show being brought to you by a couple of other sponsors, Redmond Vodka and our friends at Cowan Equipment. First, our friends at Redmond. I mentioned them earlier in this hour.
Yeah, Redmond Vodka, great product. A lot of people busted it out this past weekend for game days. Locally owned and operated, obviously. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available in 20 states right now. Also local package stores, ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It's Redmond Vodka.
Highest ranked team to get upset. We'll make that a poll question and put it out, and we'll discuss it when we come back and then talk to John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end. All that straight ahead on the show that's brought to you today by our friends at Cowan Equipment. You can vote on those poll questions at Next Round Live on Twitter, at Next Round Live on Twitter. Tell us about Cowan, LT.
Yes, Dunaway, if you are having a hard time finding that heavy piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of our Monday reaction show. We'll do the headlines here to start this hour, brought to you by our friends at Buzzed, BUZD.
Yes, you need to get the app. I've showed it to you before. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service found on your app store, BUZD. Use code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first purchase. They've got cannabis, the Delta 8. They've got any kind of alcohol from bourbon to great red wines, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed. Again, that app, BUZD.
Phillies and Braves start the next round of the Major League Baseball playoffs Tuesday, 12 noon game in Atlanta, 12 noon Central. Phils and Braves, you'll watch it on Fox. The Mariners advance to play the Astros. The Guardians, the only favorites to win in the opening series. They'll play the Yankees, Padres, and Dodgers, all those game ones tomorrow. Tonight in the NFL, Raiders and Chiefs, 7:15 on ESPN. In college football, Alabama drops to number 3 in the new AP poll. Georgia's back to 1. Ohio State 2, Alabama 3. Here's Nick Saban after the win over Texas A&M on that last play of the game.
Nick, when your defense has its backs up against the wall and they make a stop like that, how valuable is that moving forward?
Well, I think 2 big stops in the game. You know, the 4th down stop before that was huge. Look, if we'd have played and done things the right way, they wouldn't have been in that situation. But when you get in that situation, you got to embrace adversity sometimes and step up and make plays. And they did that. And I think that's really, really important that they have the competitive maturity to be able to do that.
Nick Saban, after the win, is now off to Tennessee, where Alabama opened as a 7.5-point favorite in that game. Tennessee 40-13 at LSU. Big story out of Knoxville, though, yesterday. Jalen McCullough, one of their starters on the defense, arrested for aggravated felony assault. And, you know, we've talked about the Tennessee defense several times throughout the year, that may be the thing that separates them from winning a championship or not. That's a big loss if he doesn't play in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 4-year starter that's 4th on the team in tackles right now. In the secondary, Brown, you brought this up before, has had some problems. So McCullough would be a huge loss based on the reports, and we were talking about this in one of the breaks, that we've read this felony assault. I mean, basically knocked a guy downstairs after the guy came into his apartment, went to the wrong apartment. Guy's teeth were knocked out. I find it hard to believe McCullough will play on Saturday.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, their pass defense, just, you know, that's obviously the legal side of it. On the field side, pretty much every quarterback that plays them has a career day. And if Jaden Daniels, and Anthony Richardson can do to that secondary what they did, a fully healthy Bryce Young, or maybe not even 100% Bryce Young, I can't imagine what he could do. So I think that is a massive story going into this game.
7.5. Alabama's the favorite. Alabama, Tennessee, 2:30. CBS coming up this weekend. Auburn's at Ole Miss. Ole Miss 15.5 is where that opens. So more than a 2-touchdown favorite. The Rebels and Lane Kiffin after they struggled early and got a win over Vandy. Much more of what happened this weekend as we continue on. But that's your headlines there as we get going. John Samuel Shenker in the next segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness as well. If you're looking to get back into shape this football season or moving into a new year, or maybe a great holiday gift for somebody in your life, Way to Wellness. Give it to yourself. Lose a few pounds, get your blood pressure in line, your cholesterol in line, just feel better about yourself. Way to Wellness. Here's the website, aplanforme.com. Planforme.com. Just type that in there. It'll bring you to the website, and you can learn a lot more about Leslie and her board-certified team over there. It's not a cookie-cutter plan. Every plan is different for every individual, and they will walk you through the process and help you maintain your weight loss. It's the best thing I ever did a few years ago. It helped me lose 45 pounds when I was up to 213 one time. It's an amazing system they have there. Planforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and a free consultation with Leslie. You can't beat that. You can even ask for the Dunaway plan there when you go there. Planforme.com. Planforme.com. Okay, it's a massive weekend coming up in college football. Week 7 of college football. We just put out a poll question. You have ranked teams on the road against some other ranked teams, but just road games in the top 10. Alabama on the road at Tennessee, number 3 versus number 6 there. Clemson on the road at a much improved Florida State. Good game right there. You have USC on the road at number 20, Utah. Utah's 4-2. Cam Rising again with another late interception. But that line opens up, and that surprised some people when USC and Utah their line opened up there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Utah's 3-point favorite here. I think Utah still might be the better overall team.
But when you see USC's got the smaller number and they're the underdogs on the road to a team that's in the 20s in the rankings, the one's in the top 10, it is a little surprising when you see that, right?
I mean, I would have listed it at Utah 3. This is the second time USC will go on the road. The first time Corvallis, they were lucky to get out of there.
Yeah, no doubt. And this is a much better team.
Yeah.
Utah is than Oregon State. Tougher place to play.
Yeah, I like Utah.
Better
on this
team.
game.
I do too. I think this is a bad spot for USC. I think we're losing undefeated.
And Oklahoma State on the road at TCU. TCU handling Kansas over the weekend in an entertaining game. So those are 4 top 10 teams with a really challenging road game coming up this weekend. And then some of those are just top 10 matchups, so it's really good. Chris Felico, you want to get a stat out?
Second time in college football history. That's a long time, right? Second time, only the second time in college football history, there will be 3 matchups of 5-0 or better on the same day. 5-0 Penn State at 6-0 Michigan, 6-0 Alabama at 5-0 Tennessee, and 5-0 Oak State at 5-0 TCU, a game that will fly under the radar for some, but that is a really good football game. It's only the second time in college football history this has ever happened.
It's hard to believe, but you get this deep in the season to have undefeated. It is kind of tough, and you get 3 of those matchups.
Yeah. And Penn State, Michigan, I didn't throw that into the conversation because Michigan's a home team, but they have not played the schedule maybe that some of the other top 10 teams have to date. Here comes their biggest challenge. A lot of people believe in Michigan that, at the end of the year, it could be, unbeaten Michigan, unbeaten Ohio State playing for the right to go to the Big Ten championship game, and maybe the loser of that game still gets into the college football playoffs. We'll learn a whole lot about Michigan this weekend.
Yeah, I agree. And Penn State. I think all 3 of these games have an opportunity to be tremendous one-possession games. Back to TCU beating Kansas. Everybody thought TCU was going to roll Kansas.
Me included.
That ended up being on my big TV the majority of the second half.
That was the best early game,
Yeah.
and Kansas had to finish with their backup, and Lance, he didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, the Bean Kid.
Yeah.
I do believe if Jalen Daniels plays the entire game, they probably win.
Yeah.
There were some bad breaks in that game for Kansas, but I think Kansas
What more could Jalen Daniels do than throw 4 touchdown passes, though? It still would have been the defense, right?
Yeah,
They would have to stop TCU at some point.
Yeah, the defense didn't play bad.
They didn't, but could have Jalen Daniels have thrown 5 touchdowns?
He could have.
Yeah.
He's a better quarterback.
Yeah.
Jalen
I
Daniels,
don't know.
The Bean Kid threw 4 touchdown passes.
It's not like he came in and threw a bunch of picks.
But he was leading FBS and QBR. This is one of the better quarterbacks right now was Jalen Daniels.
Yeah, I think TCU Oak State's a very interesting matchup. I watched a little bit of the Oak State game as well. I don't know. I like TCU in this spot here, Dunaway, because Oak State's got to go on the road. But that's a good TCU team. Sonny Dykes has done a good job. It's wild that is going to be the game for the – now I know K-State's also undefeated in Big 12, and they got a bye this week. It's wild that Oak State and TCU are playing an October game basically for the Big 12 lead.
Yeah, and no divisions. They both could rematch there, but it's a Brandon Marcella with a really good story about TCU as a Big 12 championship contender. You'll learn a whole lot about that in a second. More on the Red River shootout in a moment.
We have breaking news. It is from the NFL world, and it is going to resonate in college football, and I don't think anybody is surprised at this. Ian Rappaport reporting the Panthers have fired Matt Rhule. So, as we say on the show, Matt Rhule, free to negotiate.
Free to negotiate with somebody. It'll be interesting. Does he want to take a break, or does he want to get right back in and coach a college team?
I wish they would have waited a week. Rams got Carolina this week.
I think I don't know, Dunaway. It's a great question. I mean, you got to think he's probably scratched his NFL itch, right? And he realized, you know what? This college game was easier for me than the NFL was. I can have average quarterback play in college and win games. I cannot do that in the NFL.
Yeah, but if you jump right back in, and we'll use Auburn as an example, Nebraska, Wisconsin, those are the three best jobs that are open right now. And of those, well, Auburn's not open, but most people think it will be. If Auburn, we'll say it this way, if Auburn comes open, of those three jobs, I would think Auburn, to me, is better than Wisconsin and Nebraska, just because of the recruiting footprint.
And it's in the SEC.
Right.
Although you look at Wisconsin and Nebraska now in the Big Ten, I mean, that money is going to be right there with SEC money. I would agree. I think Auburn is probably slightly above Wisconsin, and then Nebraska is that third job.
Just because of what I can get recruiting, not just in the state of Alabama, but in Georgia and Florida. And then you got to recruit against a bunch of big boys to get good players. But if you're a good coaching staff, there's plenty of Clay wasn't the one that came up with this. Nick Saban always talked about, the 350-mile radius.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great football players within 350 miles of Auburn, Alabama, and you've got to work a little bit to get them to Madison and to Nebraska. You got to fly a little bit.
No, yeah. I'll just say this. I don't think Matt Rhule would be afraid to take any of those jobs just based on the fact that he built Temple. He rebuilt Baylor after, the Art Briles situation.
And if I'm a borderline coach right now, like if I am maybe hot seat, maybe not hot seat, I'm nervous as I can be. Because this guy is an upgrade for the vast majority of college football programs right now. Matt Rhule, based on what he did at Temple and Baylor, would be an upgrade for a lot of college football programs.
Speaking of possibly a seat getting hot, it's almost impossible in college for that to happen your first year. But then there's Brent Venables right now. And for the first time since the late 90s, Oklahoma's lost 3 in a row. But even worse than that is you had what happened to your rival this past weekend. In the history of Oklahoma football, the program, not just against Texas, against anybody, the program has never been shut out 49-0. And it's the largest margin versus Texas. And the first time they've been shut out since 1965. It's the first time ever in the history of Oklahoma they've lost back-to-back games by more than 30 points, 30 or more points. It is just a lot of first happened this weekend against Texas.
Yeah.
Now, you did not have Dylan Gabriel, but a lot of people didn't have their starting quarterbacks this weekend. A lot of them lost, but they didn't lose like that. That was a tough watch. It's hard to imagine QB2 is so bad that you choose to run the Wildcat that much in that big of a game.
They threw for 39 yards.
Yep. Say that again. Yeah. That is crazy.
Oklahoma threw for 39 yards. It's amazing. We go back 3 weeks ago, and they're 3-0, and we've got Brock Huron on the show, and he's talking about how violent this defense is coming off that Nebraska win.
It's falling apart.
And since then, TCU up and down the field, Texas up and down the field. But to make matters worse, your offense is completely gone in the tank.
Yeah, because K-State went up and down the field on them too, but their offense was able to keep up with K-State.
It's a serious question here. If I would have told you last year after the Red River shootout, next year Oklahoma will have 39 passing yards in this game, or Oklahoma at home the following week will only be a 7-point favorite against Kansas, who didn't win a game last year.
Either one are crazy.
Yeah. 7 points. So Oklahoma favored against Kansas, and a lot of people are looking at that and saying if Jalen Daniels' shoulder isn't bad, that could be free money. Brent Venable, though, after the game said, quote, "In some ways, we look like a tired football team."
Now,
tired football team.
Okay.
I get that in the NFL about week 14, but week 6, halfway point of college football?
Week 6, if you have a tired football team, then you are practicing them wrong.
Well, I mean, if I'm an Oklahoma fan, I look at my defense and say, why are we tired? I don't even know that we're giving an effort. I mean, it's not like they're playing their tails off.
Now, you can be in a depression. You can be depressed, and you may look tired at that point. If you don't feel like you have a chance, or as the beatdown happens, you don't play up to a standard. That was a, I like Texas for some reason more than I do Oklahoma. I've always cheered for Texas in that rivalry. I don't know why. I don't know if you guys are that way when you're watching rivalry games.
Sometimes,
you have one team.
I don't really have one there, though.
Yeah,
but sometimes I do.
I used to cheer for Nebraska over Oklahoma.
Yeah. Like I always, in the UCLA-USC game, I always cheered for UCLA for some reason. Oftentimes, it's usually I'm cheering for the underdogs, right?
Okay.
Michigan and Ohio State, I fluctuated. I hated them both, but, that game was always on TV when I was a kid. So I was always cheering for the upset. Probably so if one of them lost somehow to get an SEC team playing for a national championship.
Probably whatever benefited Bama the most.
I do think when you look at this Oklahoma schedule, there's a chance. Again, the Big 12's got a lot of good teams.
Oh, yeah.
There's a chance they're 6-6. And we talked about this on the pre- and I think post-game show as well. Heupel's having this incredible year at Tennessee. And if you know you could get Heupel through back channels, do you get rid of Venables after 1 year?
Yeah, well, we've talked about it before that Heupel's success compared to Venables will be something to watch as you go forward. And Josh Heupel even hinted, if you go back and read a story, I think it was in The Athletic last week, I'm building here in Tennessee what I thought I would be building one day at Oklahoma.
Yeah, my
basically
point
is what he was saying.
When Lance brought that up Saturday night, my point was, if I'm Josh Heupel, and I'm just looking at this realistically, I've had to come in and build an SEC program at Tennessee, and I feel like maybe I've done that, right? Here I am, top 10, I'm 5-0, about to play undefeated Alabama. We'll get a really good test of where we are in that building process Saturday. Why do I want to go do the same thing at Oklahoma, who's coming to the SEC?
Because it's my school, and if I'm picking up the pieces in that situation, they're going to give me a little bit longer to build.
But because it's his school, does he know that something is not right at Oklahoma that I've got at Tennessee?
I don't think in the history of college football can you ever say that something's not right at Oklahoma. They got money, they got fan support.
You say that, but the reports are that is one of the things that is holding up them entering the SEC is they don't have the necessary money for the buyout.
Well, all I know is
that's what's that, $73 million just to hand over?
I don't know.
Lincoln Riley, first 3 years, 3 college football playoff appearances, and 3 Heisman finalists, two winners of the Heisman Trophy in Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray. So Oklahoma was just in the mix. They were one of the best teams.
Yeah.
I mean, they were just a top 5 team a couple of weeks ago.
The proximity to the Dallas metro area in recruiting compared to what you have to do at Tennessee to recruit. I mean, we've always talked about recruiting to Tennessee is it's not something you can do in the state of Tennessee. You've got to really be a national recruiting brand, like everybody is now if you're any good. Tennessee seems harder to recruit to than Oklahoma has historically.
If you're Oklahoma and you made this decision, would you hire Matt Rhule or Josh Heupel?
Josh Heupel.
I think I would hire Josh Heupel.
Only because he played at your place?
No, because of his offensive play calling.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is something about one of your own taking over the program, but also his ability to call plays. I mean, it's not a fluke. The guy is a really, really good coach.
Matt Rhule is far more proven as a coach than Josh Heupel.
He is. But Josh Heupel is an exciting brand. He's playing the way Oklahoma is used to playing.
And back to Klatt's point last week, one trajectory is going up, one's going down. And I know it's NFL and college, apples and oranges, but still Matt Rhule's stock is not what it once was.
So Oklahoma coming off a historic loss to Texas as part of the backdrop as Josh Heupel gets game day and has the Volunteers up to number 6. With Alabama coming to town, the biggest game of the weekend in Week 7. And the developing news, Brown told you about Matt Rhule fired as the head coach of the Panthers, so he is available right now, as Brown likes to say. What's your phrase?
Free to negotiate.
Free to negotiate, so that means if you're Wisconsin, Nebraska, or one day maybe a team in the SEC, Matt Rhule is out there with a really good college resume. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. We'll get a couple of more best and worst of the weekend after you tell us about Nichols.
Hey, listen, if you have a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle or shotgun you do not use anymore, Nichols Outfitters might be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you're upgrading hunting firearms a few years ago, still got the old one. Don't hang on to it. Let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and talk to the team at Nichols about what you could get for it. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham.
My bad. That's on me. Royal Payne, best of the weekend. TCU, UCLA, Oklahoma State, and James Madison keeping the dream alive with James Madison in the AP top 25. Worst of the weekend, Oklahoma collapsing under Venables while USC keeps winning. I guess he's cheering against them. Rockstar, if you can give me cut number 1, Chris Stewart, John Parker Wilson on the Crimson Tide Sports Network here. David says best of the weekend, Chris Stewart's call of the final play. So here we go. Listen in.
Bama fans on their feet making all the noise they can with a lot of nausea running through the place as well. Final play of the game, 3 seconds left. Aggies at the Alabama 2. 4-point Bama lead. We're trying to keep it that way. King gets a snap. Time. Throws. It is incomplete. Zeros on the clock. Ball game. No flags. Alabama wins. Let's get out of here. At the end of the year, they don't ask you how. They simply ask you how many. And this is a big one for the Crimson Tide as Alabama holds off the fighting Texas Aggies. 24-20 is your final.
Never doubt, Chris. Never doubt.
They don't call him the best color guy in the business for nothing, John Parker. Can you play the beginning of it again? No audio. Just show me the pen. Those are the coolest pens back in the late 70s, early
JP's
80s.
pen?
Yeah. When he right there.
Yeah, where did he find that? They still make them?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go black today. No, let's do blue.
Green.
Let's do
I
blue.
need green. Need green. Can you get it to spin up just a little bit to where you see the what's the fourth? Isn't it 4 colors?
I think it's
orange,
blue, red, green, and black. I
Okay,
think
that's
Rockstar's right. Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was orange in there.
Well, maybe so. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. See, is he like a drummer, rock band drummer? He's rolling the drumsticks through his hands.
That's nervous energy. That's
Yeah,
there's a
I
big
agree.
play about to happen. I gotta do something with my hands.
Yeah,
We see how nervous he is when he comes up here with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call there from our friend Chris Stewart, Crimson Tide Sports Network. When we come back, we talk Auburn football. John Samuel Shenker is next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
And we're back with some breaking transfer news out of Tuscaloosa. Tyler Bigbie, the award-winning realtor we've been talking about for months, has moved his license to Keller Williams Tuscaloosa. Tyler can now service Baldwin and Jefferson County as well. Call Tyler Bigbie if you're looking to purchase a home this fall, 205-826-6476, or visit tylerbigby.kw.com. That's Bigbie, B-I-G-B-I-E.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
John Samuel Shenker in just a second as we talk Auburn football. You guys are absolutely the best. Lieutenant Andy listening in today. $575 LT, we can get a 3-pack of the 4-color ball pen from our friends at Bic, medium point.
Okay, I did. Yeah, I knew it was a big pen. I just didn't know they were still out there.
I just hadn't used it since, early 80s. Nice of John Parker Wilson to spend the big bucks, $575 for a 3-pack. That probably gets him through 2 or 3 seasons of broadcast.
Probably so. Let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline for John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end. It is the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, decide to ride before you ever take that first drink. Make sure you have a plan and decide to ride with Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Welcome in, John Samuel Shenker. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. How do you know, I asked a coach this last week, coming off a loss and a tough loss, how do you know when to quit beating yourself up for it and turn the page to Ole Miss and put the loss in the rear view, get everything out of it you can, and then start focusing on what's in front of you?
Well, we have a 24-hour rule. Most teams do. So you think about the game for 24 hours. You look at your mistakes and what could have been better, and then after that, you flush it, you move on. You focus on the next opponent, which can be difficult, but that's what we try and do, especially after the Georgia loss. Just, you dwell in it. You want to feel that pain for a little bit, and then you flush it, move on, and get ready for another week.
So 4 straight games you guys haven't scored more than 17 points. I know you know this. Can you put a finger on what's going on with the offense, though?
It's always just 1 or 2 things every play. It's never the same thing. So, when you only have 9 guys doing the right thing or 10 guys doing the right thing, that one guy that makes a mistake is a critical piece of that play, then the play's not going to be very successful. And that's what we've seen a lot lately is just 1 or 2 guys not executing on given plays. And it's always different guys. So just being able to play clean football and being consistent with it.
Is part of that not executing the penalties? Because the 8 penalties in the first half, it's hard to get momentum going when it's that choppy offensively, right?
Yeah, you can't play behind the chains, especially against a team like Georgia, or really any team in the SEC. When you're behind the chains, you're not going to be very successful regardless of who you're playing. So, yeah, the penalties were huge in the first half. And, that was something that we just kept shooting ourselves in the foot. We'd have drives, and then we'd have a turnover or a false start or something like that. So those things just kill drives.
Yeah, I asked you this a couple of weeks ago, and I don't want to ask you this every time you're on with us, but I think a lot of fans are always interested about how you guys are holding up. You mentioned the 24-hour rule, but you're back to work on Sunday. You'll do things all week long preparing for another tough SEC game. How's the mentality of the team? How are you guys holding up? How's the competitive edge? And the same with your coaching staff. Everybody still pushing the same rock up the hill?
Yeah, we're still focused on the task at hand. Still a lot of good energy in the locker room. It's, yesterday you come in and everyone's down and everything, but then after that practice, everybody's more upbeat. They're ready to move on from the game and get ready for the next week. But it's been good. We'll start back up tomorrow with practice and everything, and we'll be ready to go.
John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end, with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round. It's presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, make sure you have a plan in place. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you, decide to ride. The fake punt was there, just didn't quite get blocked right and work. But knowing you're the guy that you're about to get the snap on a fake punt, excited's probably a bad word, but hey, this could be a massive play. What's the feeling like when they call a fake punt and hey, this ball's coming to me?
Yeah, it is exciting. It's a little bit different than catching a ball on the offensive side because it can really change the game if it's executed correctly. We had the right look. They only had 2 guys that side, and yeah, we just didn't execute the play. We missed a block there on the edge, and their DM made a good play on it. But yeah, it is exciting, especially where we were backed up. If we could have hit that would have really given us some momentum.
Can you walk us through as much as you can, obviously, like how you guys rep that in practice? There's a lot that goes into a fake punt. Like, one thing I've always noticed is when your offense comes off the field, they can't just stand there on the sidelines. They got to sell it too, right? They got to go all the way to the bench so that the other team doesn't say, wait a minute, that offense is waiting to come right back in.
Yeah, so you go throughout the week and you look at their scheme on, let's say, their punt return scheme, and whenever we lined up in a certain look, that was how they lined up. They'd have 2 guys to the left, and they'd overload the right because we rugby a lot. We roll out and kick. So we thought we might get that look, and so it's a check. And if we look to the sideline, and if the coach likes it, then we'll run it. And if not, then we would check to just a normal punt. But, no, we rep that throughout the week just based on their scheme and how they line up in certain situations.
Where does this Georgia defense rank compared to last year's?
Yeah, they're not last year's, which I don't think you can do that 2 years in a row, just being that elite with that many guys leaving. Obviously still talented. They still have really good linebackers, in my opinion, that can run the length of the field. That's where they're really elite. And then obviously they have D-line. They're younger at the D-line position, but they're still really athletic. Really good players. And on the back end, they're pretty young, except for number 29, the older guy, and then Ringo as well. So not last year's defense, but still a really, really, really good defense, in my opinion.
Personal question here. So I preface that. Easier after a loss when you were single or now that you're married? Like, is it okay coming home? Is she good at picking up the broken psyche of a loss, or was it easier to just go be quiet in a dark room when you were single and talk to her later?
I would say it's probably easier now. She's just happy when I'm not, carted off on a stretch or anything. Like, she's just happy when I'm safe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, so
nice that you're
helps
checking
a
those
little
boxes
bit.
every week. That's nice. Yes.
Right. Yeah. As long as I'm, walking on the field, she's happy with that, and obviously we want to win the game. But so that is nice. Just when I see her after the game, she's just happy that I'm walking out and I'm safe and all those things. So I would say being married is better than being single, because when you're single, you can kind of dwell it by yourself, and it makes it a little bit worse.
Yeah, I'll tell you, after 20 years of marriage and a very nice life insurance policy, I'm not sure my wife would be cheering for the same thing.
Wow. I won't make him comment on your marriage. Do you have a comfort meal after a loss and a celebratory meal? Are they one and the same? What do you like to eat to celebrate a win, or maybe a comfort food after a loss?
I don't really have anything. I'm normally not very hungry after games for some reason.
Really?
So I normally take a few hours and relax, and then I'll just kind of eat whatever's available later in the evening.
Do you eat before?
Yeah. We eat right before. So right before we get on the bus, we have a big meal, and then obviously we eat throughout the game and things like that. But normally after the game, I don't eat for like at least an hour or so. I'm just not very hungry.
Yeah, one of the things that has stuck with me since we brought it up on the show is Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson eats shrimp Alfredo before every game. Shrimp Alfredo. And I know you guys want to carb up, but man, that seems like a bad meal to have before a game. Shrimp Alfredo.
Yeah, it seems risky. I mean, like if you have you had a situation where you've had stomach issues before? Once you're dressed.
Yeah, you try it on the day of the game. I wouldn't carb load. That's more of a night before kind of thing. But we had like Roger McCreary last year. All he eats is baked beans. He has a whole plate of baked beans that he eats. That's it. That's all he eats. I think he has the Bush baked beans. I think he's got to deal with them now. But yeah, that's literally the only thing that he would eat at the hotel.
Oh my gosh, I can't imagine eating a plateful. I love baked beans, but a plateful seems excessive.
I don't want to be on the bus with him, man.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, that's rough. All right, John Samuel Shenker. That is a wild way to end. Thank you for the time. Good luck against Ole Miss, and we'll see you next Monday.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. John Samuel Shenker with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com. It is the next round presented by Bud Light. They remind you, decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light stresses that before you ever even have that first drink, make sure you have a plan in place and decide to ride. Courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light.
Listen, I just tweeted this out. Matt Rhule is going to be a candidate for a lot of coaching jobs. Brandon Marcello thinks Arizona State will make a run at him. But at $40 million is what he's owed, I may get my ass in the sand for at least 1 year. I'm not going to coach immediately. Give me my $40 million.
Again, these guys are different breeds, though.
Yeah.
I think I would recalibrate, take a year off, enjoy my money.
I think I scan the marketplace, too, and say, okay, what's going to be open this year? Because time's on my side, right?
Right.
I'm the guy that a lot of people are going to want, so I don't have to make that decision right now. I don't have to sign anything right now. So let me scan the marketplace, see what's open, and realistically, what could be open next year.
Yeah, Oklahoma and/or Tennessee could be open next year.
If I'm watching Oklahoma right now, I'm thinking, they may not pull the trigger this year, but if he can't get this thing squared away, there's no patience in this game anymore. He could be going, and to your point, that could also open Tennessee.
That's right. Could be either I get Oklahoma or I could get rebuilt Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I do if I'm Matt Rhule. I kind of scan the marketplace. Does Arizona State excite me? Not really.
But see,
I don't even know what conference I'm going to be in.
If I'm the Arizona State job, I've rebuilt Temple and I've rebuilt Baylor from that Art Briles scandal. I don't know if I could go in and rebuild another program with NCAA sanctions hanging out there and all that. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe he does.
I'd kind of like something ready to win if I'm him. I've had to do that, and now I've labored through the Panthers. Let me get something a little better.
But I still, for some reason, I've always thought that Arizona State job is a sneaky good job. If anybody could ever tap into Southern California recruiting, it just seems like an easy move from SoCal to Arizona State.
I mean, I really only remember one really good year, Bruce Snyder, back in 1996 or 97, when they went to a Rose Bowl. But outside of that, Arizona State has just been a graveyard.
And I just done a way I get concerned about my future there. Well, what's their conference home?
Yeah, we don't know what conference.
Yeah,
and
I think
that's a big problem.
and the NCAA stuff plus the conference home. That's a no go for me, dog, as Randy Jackson would say if I'm Matt Rhule.
New Life Art brings us Rockstar's viewing menu every day, brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art.
Yeah, and New Life Art, they will have their game day special coming up, which we will relay to you tomorrow. But remember, Daniel A. Moore has been creating great sports moments for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 for more information or danielmooreart.com.
8 p.m. on Vice, they're doing an episode of Dark Side of the Ring where they do different wrestlers. And, I know Dunaway says that Macho Man's the greatest wrestler of all time.
Mm-hmm.
When I was growing up, mine was Ultimate Warrior. This is the Ultimate.
Love the guy,
because
yeah.
his entrance was just his music and him just hauling ass to the. He would just
and then
do
he
a
would
dead
dive
sprint.
under the rope.
He'd
Yeah.
do a dead sprint, no walk in. But it says the Ultimate Warrior was a divisive force in and outside of the ring. His first wife reveals how an aspiring chiropractor morphed himself into wrestling's most polarizing figure. So I didn't know he was a chiropractor.
Wow, I didn't either.
Before he got into wrestling.
Hey, dude was cut up though when he
was.
wrestled, man.
And every match he sweat that
Yep.
makeup off.
Yep.
It'd be all gone. And on Showtime at 9 p.m., there's a show from A24 called X. In 1979, a group of young filmmakers set up to make an adult film in rural Texas, but when their reclusive elderly hosts catch them in the act, the cast find themselves fighting for their lives.
Oh, dear.
no.
So they go to an empty barn. This is I'm sure a Laurel has seen this film.
Documentary
or? I wish it was. Lunsford, am I correct on that? X.
Yeah, she's all about it. It's not a documentary. It's a legit horror film.
Yes.
It sounds like the Geico commercial that gets rolled out every October.
Why don't we go get in a running car? Let's hide behind this
idiot.
Let's hide behind the chainsaws.
Yeah. And then 7 p.m. on Cinemax, you got Rain Man from 1988.
It's an underrated line in a commercial, but is it Geico that does the vampire commercial? And they go, we don't like the phrase vampire. And the mom says, we prefer day adjacent.
Yeah.
That's such a funny line. We prefer day adjacent.
I hadn't even seen that one.
Oh, it's good.
That's what it's bad. It's a bad Wi-Fi commercial. It's a bad.
That's right.
connection.
You're right. It's T-Mobile. They're busting on T-Mobile's Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
They have to get up in the middle of the night to use their Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So there we go. Stephen wants to go. House of the Dragon is turning into a solid show. Bobby's telling us the same thing over in the chat room every week now. Just don't try to compare it to Game of Thrones. Just enjoy it for its stand on.
Yeah, I haven't seen the last 2 episodes last night and the week before, but I'm going to catch up.
Okay, so you've got to treat it like you do Breaking Bad, right? That Better Call Saul is a standalone show. You can't compare the two, though.
Correct.
Obviously you can because it's a
in
spinoff.
the same universe, but
Right.
you don't really think. I don't know. I'm not
get
a
it,
Game
but
of
you
Thrones
got an
guy.
expectation, and Better Call Saul lived up to my expectation from Breaking Bad.
For some, it exceeded it.
Yeah, for some it did. And House of Dragon, for most, it's living up to their expectation, just not mine yet. But I haven't seen the last couple of episodes, and everybody said it gets better week by week.
Yeah, all right. So that's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life. We will continue to talk college football with you guys and with Joel Klatt coming up at the top of the hour to start hour number 3 of the show. Nick Saban's news conference, Tennessee Week 12 noon today. The show being brought to you in part today by the guy who continues to say, LT, you're not going to need that hat much longer. It is Dr. B, who has now made LT increase his growth, his length by 15%. How about that, guys?
Hair
length by 15%.
There you go.
5 months ago was when I went in, but I got another hair analysis done at Dr. B's office just last week. We got the results back, and my hairs are 12 to 14% thicker already. I'm still pretty early in the treatment. Just started my second phase and already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, one of the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of the NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. He remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BetterBiz for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
NFL game tonight's the Raiders and the Chiefs, 7:15 on ESPN. The Braves start their series in the playoffs with Philadelphia, 12 o'clock tomorrow. If you're a Braves fan, you got to be happy with the upset there, right? That it's the Phillies and not the Cardinals coming to town. But best of 5 for these series now, right?
Yep.
Move it up from the best of 3. We did learn that best of 3 can quickly knock out some good teams, the Blue Jays being the best. The Mets getting knocked out surprised some, Your Dodgers getting a Padres team that looks a little swagger in them.
They do. And Musgrove last night, Buck Showalter, what he pulled, having them check for substances.
Yep. Did you see what Andrew McCutchen said? I've never heard this in my life. McCutchen said, I guarantee you he doesn't have a sticky substance on his ears. He goes, a lot of pitchers I know use Red Hot on their ears, which I don't know what Red Hot is. I'm assuming it's like an Icy Hot.
It's like Icy Hot, yeah.
That they put it behind their ears and it burns like crazy, but they said that keeps them aware and engaged in the game somehow. And he goes, a lot of pitchers do that. And I guarantee you that's what he's got to.
I would think that they would just be engaged.
I don't know. I mean, I thought it was weird too, but that's Andrew McCutchen. I mean.
Yeah, but I thought it was a Bush League move out of Buck Showalter.
I don't care about the sticky substance because I'm not batting and having to hit that nasty stuff. But watch how many pitchers have beards. And when I did have my brief moment of having a beard during COVID, the thing that you put in it to keep it soft was sort of it had a little stickiness to it. I mean, if I did that on a beard, just a natural move like that, I got all the sticky stuff I want in my beard right there.
I didn't realize you put. I've had a beard for moments.
It's called.
I didn't know you put stuff in it.
Well, I think it's got to get a little thicker than what Jim had.
There's like a beard shampoo. that you can
beard
use.
cream and stuff like that.
It's like there was a word for it.
I have never put anything in mine.
Beard balm.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah. All right. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. Great locations all over the place, but you don't even have to go to the brick and mortar stores anymore. You can order anywhere in the country you're watching us. Pantstore.com, Pantstore.com, and you can follow us on social media at the Pants Store and see all the great game day hats, Yetis accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. The great hoodies that'll be out soon and everything you can get at the Pants Store. Those great locations and clothes that are designed specifically for the female fan in your life. The Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. Pantstore.com. More best and worst of the weekend as we get to the top. What was your best and what was your worst of the weekend, Browning?
My best was the fact that we had 4 primetime network games at the same time. I hope we get this one day when CBS and NBC are part of the Big Ten. I hope we always have that. I mean, the options we had, and they ended up being fairly good options. I mean, Bama, Texas A&M, a lot closer than everybody thought. I know USC beat Washington State by 16, but I think it was a 10-point game going to the fourth. Yeah. That was a tighter game.
But does it matter if it's on the network or not? If you always have 4 games going on at once. Does it matter if it's on?
But you've got more because you had 4 on the networks.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can only watch so many games, and I would imagine if they're on the networks, that the ones that are where I'm usually watching the games aren't going to be as good because it's on the main network now.
No, but but you've got more options. So if you've got more options, chances are you're going to get more better games out of it.
Yeah, I didn't have enough TV Saturday.
Notre Dame, BYU, 28-20. That was a better game maybe than some had thought. The only real blowout on the network games, Clemson 31, Boston College 3. That was a tight game early, though. Boston College played with them. Yeah. Anyway, that was my best of the weekend.
One of my losses.
What was your worst?
My worst is the Miami Dolphins now have 2 players in concussion protocol that are also quarterbacks. I think that leads the league.
Skylar Thompson is not an NFL quarterback.
No, they kept him. They surprised a lot of people. I don't think you can make that observation after just one game, but he struggled a little bit later in the game.
Just watching him at Kansas State, I thought he was an average college quarterback.
Yeah, but a lot of average college quarterbacks have, for some reason, become good pro quarterbacks. I don't know. They're not, look, they want Tua to be the guy, obviously. But, Bridgewater was the first one of the what they'll probably one day call the Tua rule. He passes all the concussion protocol, but they saw him stumble, and that's why he was ruled out of the rest of the game. Like, he passes every concussion test, but the observer observed him stumble one time, or at least one time, and that's why he's ruled out, which is it's amazing that is the brand new rule that gets enacted week 1, and it's another Dolphins quarterback right after Tua.
So he can't. It's ruled for the game. I didn't have sound up, so he's out for the entire game.
Out for regardless of what happens in the concussion testing, which he passed all of that. If after the hit that they think could lead to a concussion, if they see him stumble like Tua did, He's out the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that was a little shaky with the Bridgewater. Chris Olave, that was obvious.
Yeah.
Saints receiver. When he went down, he was pretty much knocked out for a second.
What was your best and worst of the weekend?
Best was TCU Kansas. I thought it was a great game, a lot of fun. That's become a fun conference. I know the Big 12 doesn't get a lot of respect. I don't know if they deserve a lot of respect. We'll get undefeated again this weekend with TCU and Oklahoma State, but I thought TCU Kansas was a fantastic college football game. My worst is this Rams offense. It is hard to imagine that this is a team that won a Super Bowl months ago.
Your offensive line is just awful.
It is. Look, you're down a couple of starters.
Yeah.
They're down to a third-string center right now. So, look, it's not excuses. And the more – you guys would agree with this. Quarterback play has gotten light years better over the last 10 or 15 years.
Oh, no doubt.
It seems like offensive line play at the collegiate and the NFL level has gotten worse. Because, last year the Bengals make a Super Bowl run, but their offense – the offensive line couldn't block. And right now the Rams, it's not only that. They've scored one offensive touchdown over their last 9 quarters of football. They're averaging 16 points per game. That is 30th in the NFL. Only the Steelers and the Broncos are worse.
You know what my takeaway from that game was? It's a weird takeaway. The Cowboys have a better home field advantage on the road than they ever do at AT&T Stadium.
That's everybody that plays at SoFi.
Yeah, but especially the Cowboys. That sounded like a home game for Dallas yesterday. That's crazy.
Melting pot. Beautiful stadium out there. Bobby's best of the weekend for him is a tie. Last night's House of Dragon was spectacular. He says it would have been a top 5 episode in Game of Thrones.
I'm excited about watching.
But not as great as Kirby keeping Stetson in the game to get the cover. That's an Auburn fan who was on Georgia and given the points. Dollar signs.
It took a battle. Again, I thought it was going to be a beatdown. I lost a stake with you because I thought it would be the biggest margin of victory.
That would drug you late in the fourth quarter.
It was a big one. It wasn't Texas over Oklahoma. That was a pretty bad one.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
I still wouldn't have got there with the 42-10. But Georgia, again, they didn't play good. But I will give Kirby a little bit of credit. This is what I knocked Mark Stoops for when I was on the other side of it. They were still playing in the fourth quarter.
They were.
I was limited in my television because I was working in Tuscaloosa, so I was one game at a time. So I was on Tennessee LSU and had not got the feel of the Red River Shootout yet when Brown texted me, I think Sark has a chance today to win you that stake from LT. So I went over there quickly and I was like,
that was LT, yeah.
21-0.
Yeah, hey, it was never a game. That was wild.
It was. And Quinn Ewers looked the part, looked really good. Top of the hour, got to get to Joel Klatt. Part of the show being brought to you by Rockstars guy Adam Mestre.
Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that recorded a sale in 2022, Adam Mestre is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, why rent when you can just buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Always great stuff with Joel Klatt, and the Nick Saban News Conference still ahead right here on a Monday edition of TNR.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, this hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken. More on Champy's in just a second. We'll talk to Joel Klatt in a moment about what we saw week 6 and looking ahead to week 7. Let's see, where's Klatt going this week? He's going to be in Ann Arbor in Michigan. I think it's 3 weeks in a row he's got the Michigan game coming up. But it's a big one this week. Penn State and Michigan, 11 o'clock on the big noon kickoff. We'll talk to him in a second. But first, the headlines brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Hey, if you're close to or have met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs could be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Alabama's number 3 in the new AP poll. Georgia's 1, Ohio State 2. Bama is number 3. Clemson comes in at 4. Michigan is a solid 5. Tennessee, Alabama's opponent, is 6. Alabama opened as a 7.5-point favorite. Any movement on that line yet? 7.5 is where it opened for Alabama on the road at Tennessee. This weekend, Alabama's won 15 straight. In that game, Jalen McCullough we're waiting to see his status today from Josh Heupel. He was arrested yesterday, aggravated felony assault that could impact that Tennessee defense that has struggled at time in pass defense. Big news that could impact the coaching college carousel out there. Matt Rhule has been fired by the NFL Carolina Panthers. His payout, according to Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter, is in the neighborhood of $40 million that he will get to exit as the coach of the Carolina Panthers. And we've got Raiders and Chiefs happening tonight, 7:15 on ESPN, as we get ready for our conversation with Joel Klatt. A couple other things, though, from this weekend. Arkansas loses again. I mean, you had no K.J. Jefferson, no Bryce Young, no Will Levis, obviously no Max Johnson, no T.J. Finley, if you still consider him the starter at Auburn. None of those teams won except Alabama without their starting quarterback. It was a lot of starters out around college football this weekend.
I think the most obvious missing part was Will Levis at Kentucky. Lance, that offense was atrocious without him in there.
Yeah, Chris Rodriguez has been a factor coming back. I just don't know how good this Kentucky offense is, even with Will Levis.
I don't disagree with you. All right, let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Each week, the television analyst of the Michigan Wolverines, Joel Klatt, joins us. The hotline. 3 straight weeks, Penn State, Michigan. That'll be a good one, though. Big noon kickoff, 11 o'clock, Fox 6 here locally for Penn State, Michigan on Fox there. Klatt, what's up, buddy? How are you?
I mean, it's so true, right? Like,
well, they're good.
At this point, it was. I mean, it was hard for me not to be like, oh yeah, here comes duo. Oh, here comes play action. Oh, here, like. Yep. And the Michigan fans were all over like, oh, Klatt's calling our plays. It's like, well, it's not that hard sometimes. Hey, I was actually thinking about coming on today, and I was actually bummed because I'm like, I don't have any other gruesome injuries that I can show you guys.
Yeah.
So, like, that's kind of a bummer.
You inspired a movement, yeah.
Do you have to pay state taxes?
I saw that all week.
Are you having to pay state taxes in Michigan? Are you there enough to?
God, I wish. Yeah. Should I trade? Should I trade? I mean, I live in California.
He lives in California. He'll trade with anybody.
I mean, like,
you should.
I should make that argument. I think that's a great idea. I mean, I tell you what.
I actually spent more time in my Michigan home. It's called the stadium, Michigan Stadium. Hey, in all seriousness, now, when we get to the future of broadcasting, do you think the big noon kickoff will have more variety? I mean, I'm not joking about the Michigan game. That's just the way the schedule has fallen this year. Or do you feel like big noon will always be a Big Ten game as we move to the future? Do you think? I mean, I don't know where we're headed.
It's a great question. I mean, to be honest, I've wondered that. I was like, am I peeking into the rest of my life right here? Yeah. I mean, I think that there's going to be more variety. I think that the Big 12 and maybe even the Pac-12 will announce their future deals in the coming weeks, and then we'll have a better idea of what it is. But I will tell you, like, we're even looking at in the month of November, and I don't like a peek behind the curtain. You put a flag down on weekends as a network of where you want to have, like, hey, we want the first pick in this conference this weekend, right? And you don't actually select games until about 2 weeks out, and sometimes even 6 days out. And I think you guys kind of understand that. Well, we put a flag on Bedlam weekend in the Big 12. And that looks like a big pile of garbage at this point. So, we're already looking. We also have the first pick in the Pac-12 that week. So we're already looking at, like, hey, we're probably going to be wanting to do UCLA, USC. And, I'm not a mind reader here, but I doubt that those fan bases are going to want to kick at 9 local.
Yeah.
So, I think that there will be some variety, but I think it'll be few and far between, to be honest with you.
Hey, before we get into the game that is Alabama-Tennessee, Josh Heupel, do you believe one day he will be the head coach of Oklahoma?
That's it. I did not think that that's where you were going to go with that. That's a great.
No, because we were looking at.
That's a really good question. That's a great question because I can't remember a team. So let's like back into that. Like let's walk through it. Can you guys remember a team? And maybe you can. I can't. I've been thinking about this for the last couple of days that fell off the cliff as quickly as Oklahoma has in the last 3 weeks, I can't remember one. Not from where we thought they were, me included, by the way. I think I came on this and I was like, man, Oklahoma is amazing. And again, like I keep making this joke, but we should have realized when Gus got sick and couldn't do a second half of the game, we should have realized that like Nebraska was filthy that day, right? Like they were awful that day. It doesn't look good. The problem is the trajectory. If you're losing close and losing games, even like the loss to Kansas State, I think that you can kind of understand that from the OU perspective. Kansas State had won 3 of the last 4 years now. It's a bad matchup for Oklahoma in some degree. And you had some veteran guys in particular in the backfield, Adrian Martinez, the quarterback, Deuce Vaughn, the running back. And you're like, okay, like I get it. They didn't play well. Their quarterback didn't play well. But to fall off the cliff like this, and I understand that they didn't have their starting quarterback, but neither did Alabama, right? And they won. So this is not going well. And there seems to be a real issue with the transition at this point. And they're going to have to correct it quickly. And I'm not saying that switching the coach is the answer. Remember, I think Bob was like 5-7 or 6-7 or something like that his first year. Now, granted, you're coming off the Blake years, so everyone was like, yeah, that's fine. I mean, Saban didn't set the world on fire his first year. The way that Lincoln Riley left and the state of where the program is now after all the exits, whether it was coaches or players, left them in a precarious spot in this season. To get back to your question and not just filibuster you, if I had to bet my own money and you gave me like a 6-year window, I would say yes. Heupel is the OU coach at some point.
Yeah.
But again, that's highly speculative. And I hope it's not the case. You know why? Because Tennessee seems to be in a great spot with Heupel, and I hope that it works out for Brent Venables at Oklahoma. So let's hope that's not the case.
Yeah, I applaud you for bringing up the fact that Brent, though last year's record doesn't look like it, he is in a rebuilding situation as a first-year coach because head coach left, but also quarterback, best receiver, the portal guys.
2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, so he
lost
rebuild.
Both those quarterbacks. Yeah. He lost 4 of the top 5 receivers, not just his leading receiver, right? So 4 of the top 5. Plus on defense, they lost their leading tackler, their 3 top guys in terms of sacks, their top tackles for loss, their top interception guy. Like they lost a ton. So if it was still Lincoln back there, I would have said this is more of a rebuilding year. If you're flipping the roster like that, to your point.
Joel Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We're getting a lot of today, even if Bryce Young is back, Alabama loses this game. I don't know that Jalen Milroe did anything to give Alabama fans comfort in him starting against Tennessee. Do you see if Bryce Young is back, it's going to be a tough game for Alabama. I agree with that. But do you see a broken Alabama team the way some do?
No. I mean, listen, I'm actually one, and I don't know if you've seen this, but this is wild. It's like, why am I so opposite all the time? But I actually was impressed with Alabama on Saturday. Guys, if you told me that you're going to play a conference game, right, Jim?
That's right.
And
thank God it was at home.
Thank God. I mean, geez, can you imagine playing that way at Vandy?
Yes.
The loss waiting to happen. No, but if you were to tell me, or just think about, hey, you're going to have your backup quarterback. You're going to turn the football over 4 times. You're going to miss 2 field goals. You're going to look sloppy. You're going to be very one-dimensional on offense. But when? You'd be like, oh, take it in a heartbeat. Take it in a heartbeat. So let's not be, revisionist in how we view this game. Bama's was in a precarious spot last week and won. Let me tell you a quick story, and this is why I actually was more disappointed in Texas A&M, because all of that happened and they still lost. They knew what Alabama was going to do. Alabama ran it 51 times, and they still ran it for 5.5 yards per carry, guys. Like, they were dominant up front. They were dominant in the run game, and A&M knew exactly what was coming. It's not like Bryce Young was out there and they still handed it off 51 times. It wasn't like they were handing it off into advantageous run looks. Like, that was really tough to do, what Alabama did on Saturday night, to run the ball with that amount of efficiency. Jahmyr Gibbs was awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. I was so impressed with the way that he ran the ball, his burst, his vision, his toughness going down. It looked like he had a bit of a shoulder issue going on, and he still toughed it out, got in there, didn't, turn the ball over to a degree. I was impressed. And from A&M's perspective, I know exactly what they were feeling like. Let me just tell you a quick story. I mean, when I tell you exactly, I mean exactly. I'm playing minor league baseball. It's 2001. Mark Pryor gets injured for the Chicago Cubs and is going to come down and make a rehab start in extended spring training, where your boy is lighting it up, kind of, not really, in the Phoenix Extended Spring League. So the Padres go over to Mesa, Arizona to face the Chicago Cubs extended spring training team. And Mark Pryor is going to make his start. And I'm like, this is it. I can't wait. I'm a fastball hitter. And we know that he's going to, they tell us, by the way, he's going to throw 55 pitches and he's not throwing a breaking ball. So he's just going to throw 55 fastballs at us. And I'm like, bring it, bring your calves that are the size of my head and let's go with your smooth delivery. And I'm standing on deck and I'm like, yeah, I mean, he's throwing hard, but what, I'm a fastball hitter. Let's go. And I get up there. And I swear to you, before I could get my front foot down, the ball hits the glove. Whap! And I was just like, and I stepped out as if I didn't like the pitch. I mean, it was right down the middle. And I stepped out like, nah, I mean, it's all right. Don't worry about it. And I adjust my batting gloves. And in my head, I'm thinking holy crap, this is embarrassing real quick. Second pitch, I'm like, get that foot down and you better swing. Get the foot. Whap! Strike two. And I'm like, now I'm beat red. I'm embarrassed. I'm like, this is not going well. And I'm like, if you don't swing, Klatt, just pack it up. Just quit right now. Third pitch, I put that foot down. I swing. Nothing. Strike three pitches, 3 fastballs. I walk back to the dugout. I put my helmet down and I was like, I should probably go to college. And the next fall, 2002, I was at the University of Colorado. And guess what? That was Texas A&M on Saturday night. They knew what was coming. They knew Jahmyr Gibbs was getting the ball. It's 51 rushes and they still can't win. And that's outside of the horrendous play call to end the game.
If I was to ask you who will be the better quarterback in Neyland on Saturday, I know that sounds really weird because Bryce Young won a Heisman Trophy, but Hendon Hooker's playing flawless football right now.
Yeah. What we haven't seen from Hendon is what Bryce has had to do at times, which is put his team on his back. Right? Wouldn't you say that was the fourth quarter against Texas? I think he was.
No doubt.
I think he was 15 of. I want to say 18, but it might have been 19. But he was flawless in that fourth quarter, and the reason that Alabama was able to come back and win. Speaking of Bryce, and we really haven't seen that from Hendon, even in the game in which you would say was closer than you wanted against Pitt. Pitt has a chance. Let's call. A spade is a spade. Pat Narduzzi choked in that game. He's got his backup who's hobbled. There's a minute left. It's a tie ball game, and he plays for overtime. It was one of the worst decisions I've ever seen. Now, I'm not saying that Pitt's going to go down there and kick a field goal, but, Tennessee didn't look great in that game, and that's a game in which you would want your quarterback who is good enough to go out there and play above the X's and O's. We see Bryce do that. So I'm not ready to say Hendon's the best quarterback in the game. He's going to play the best on Saturday until we see it. He hasn't seen Alabama's defense. He hasn't seen that pass rush. We saw an incredibly talented quarterback for the University of Texas get knocked out. So you got to survive Alabama. Ask Haynes King. That dude was just throwing fadeaways the entire game. He's just jump passes, the entire fourth quarter. And we haven't seen Hendon have to deal with that. So I want to see him deal with that. I haven't seen him deal with the adversity of Alabama. Now, Alabama's not a great road team. You go back to last year, they play games that are just way too close. And I would imagine that this one's going to be the same.
I take the bait all the time in interviews. You said the horrendous play call at the end of the game, Jimbo Fisher. So I'll give you a chance to explain there, because I'm told by some football people that the route was rushed. He didn't run it deep. He didn't come back. You got to run it deep and come back to the pylon.
Did Jimbo text you that it was it was the player's fault? Yeah. It was the play. You blame that on the players. That was a great play call. Now, that's not.
But speed of the game, pressure, he has to get it out, right? I want him to run. I want him to run the football.
Players. No, running is not the way to go. You don't run the football. I'm not going to absolve the players involved for their horrendous execution because that was clearly there. The problem is that if you're Jimbo Fisher, you know damn well what Nick Saban is going to do inside the 5. Nick Saban said it in that you tweeted out that like coach's show. I don't know like who he does that, but he was explaining the defense. You know exactly what he's going to do. It's a 2-point play, and he's going to run some sort of bracketed match-up robber man. Like that's what he does. And if you're going to beat that, you don't stay static in a double wide formation that is playing directly into that defense's hands. The most difficult thing to do for that defense that Saban called, where he said, okay, our safety is robber. We're inside technique on those slot players. We're basically going to banjo with those linebackers off of the running back. He explained it all. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about, right? So we're outside leverage with the corner, and he's got to rob. Do you know how intricate that is? Guess what the defense is praying for? No movement, no bunch set. They're praying for it. They're praying for it. This is the exact problem that Bill O'Brien had inside the 5 a year ago of why they lost in College Station. They got down there and A&M in that scenario was in cover 0, man coverage, and Alabama never rubbed, never got down into a bunch set with motion. You've got to confuse the defense. You've got to make it difficult for them to count because everything is based on number 1 release, number 2 release, number 3 release, number 1 release, number 2 release based on the side of the football. Everything is based on count in that matchup style robber coverage. So you better get yourself condensed and explode out of it so that their count gets messed up. That's how you get a guy free. You don't just sit there and say, hey, we're going to run what I call a Venus. That's what we call it. It's like a fade drop out to the pylon. And then the quarterback, by the way, what is he thinking? If you are going to run a Venus, that ball comes out like now. You catch it and the ball is out on the pylon. He takes a big hop back, then his big old arm. And I'm like, where are you throwing that ball? It was horrendous all the way around. The formation, the play call, and the execution was all bad. So don't allow those people to be like, well, it was actually this or that. No. If you know damn what Nick Saban is going to run, and if you don't confuse that count, that's on you as a play caller. They should have gotten tight, bunched, exploded out of it, getting some motion, get guys running across the formation. And you got to confuse that defense or else they're going to stop you.
See, I love Joel Klatt is with us from Fox on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I've always said I love picks down there because you're either three things are going to happen. You're going to have a wide open receiver that you either hit or miss, and if you miss him, you didn't deserve to win anyway. If you hit him, it might be a touchdown. Or the third possibility is it's a penalty that the defense now has to accept. And worst case scenario, Klatt, I get another play. But to me, it's worth the risk of running picks down there just to get a wide open receiver and see what happens.
By the way, that's exactly how Clemson beat Alabama in that national championship
Smart
game.
play.
It was a smart play. Of course you do that. Stay in a static formation and throw a Venus with a quarterback that doesn't know what he's doing. What are we doing? And then blame the players. Come on. Gosh.
Where are you though on the future?
I'm in a bad spot mentally. Clearly, where am I right now? I'm all angry right now.
He's batting against Mark Pryor.
Yeah, but can you imagine being an A&M fan? I mean, the season's already off the rails, and it does seem like the play calling is just so archaic compared to what else you've got out there right now. I mean, when does he finally relinquish it?
He'll be forced to. So they can't buy him out. What is it going to be 85. At the end of the year? 85? Jeez. Who agreed to that? Whoever agreed to that should lose their job. Anyways, he will be forced to make a lot of staff changes on the offensive side. The rumor and like what people know like inside of football is that their offensive staff is not great. Really good recruiters, not great on the field. That's why their game plans are not very good. That's why their execution is poor. And so for that reason, I think this is going to be a Mac Brown's circa, 2011, Bob Stoops circa 2013-14 style change. Remember when Stoops had to fire Heupel and all of those offensive coaches, and he brought in Lincoln Riley. Now, Stoops wasn't the offensive play caller, but he had to shift everything. Same thing happened with Mac Brown in his tenure. So they're stuck with Jimbo, and they're going to end up sitting with him and saying hey, you've got to change this. Now, what I think will be interesting is the actual play calling itself, because I get the sense that he will only give that up out of his cold, dead fingers. I mean, he loves that almanac in his hands on Saturday. And, I've never seen more papers in a guy's hand. He looks like a secretary out there with all the files in his hands. It's bizarre. And I just don't know if he's going to give that up, but you're going to see a lot of staff changes. There's no doubt.
All right, he is Joel Klatt. You will see him with Gus and Jenny on the big noon kickoff Saturday, Penn State at Michigan. Good game there, 11 o'clock locally.
Who are you guys
here,
taking Saturday?
I will take Michigan.
No.
Oh.
I'm talking about Tennessee.
Alabama, if Bryce Young plays, I think Alabama wins the game.
I said in August, of all the games on the schedule, because of the build-up to Texas A&M, this was the game Alabama, if they're going to lose one in the regular season, it was this game. And I've seen nothing to make me think this is not a losable game for Alabama. I'll take Tennessee in a close one.
Yeah, I lean Tennessee too.
I tell you, that first quarter against Texas just resonates in my mind. I just keep thinking about it. And a quarterback that can attack them down the field.
Our quarter ran out at 11:25.
By the way, he was talking about Quinn Ewers, and Quinn Ewers this past weekend
looked the part, man.
Kid, to me, Arch Manning's never going to see the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of the show today. Well, first of all, that's Joel Klatt.
On the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, Klatt with the big noon kickoff Saturday, Penn State, Michigan, 11 o'clock on Fox.
And part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Jim, they can get you properly aligned. They've done that for me. I got a little bit of a tricky neck with some herniated discs, so staying properly aligned is very helpful for me. Greystone Chiropractic does that. Well, they are right there off of 119 and 280 in Tattersall Park. You can see more at GreysstoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. Dr. Lee's also got that Element Wellness Center there, IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all right there at Greystone Chiropractic, GreysstoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. Trash is next.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. With the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventure. The quality time with the kids is what I'm about to talk to you about in your own backyard, where at the drop of the hat you can get out and make memories with your kids. Precious time when your kids are at that backyard age to play on a playground. Backyard Adventure can give you quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranty, so much better than the kind of playgrounds you buy in the big box store. They take care of the customer from start to finish. They'll put the playground together. They'll maintain it. They'll keep it looking good. They'll take it down when your kids get old, and they have great pricing too. Unbelievable pricing. The pricing, I was so surprised at how affordable they were when I bought mine for my kids a few years ago. BackyardAlabama.com is the website to see it. BackyardAlabama.com. They also have alley-oop trampolines, goal setter, basketball goals, and a lot more. You can call them up, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN, and BackyardAlabama.com. And they're now getting in line for Christmas, but also if you're in Atlanta, Huntsville, wherever you're hearing my voice, likely they've got a Backyard Adventure playset waiting for your neighborhood too. Check them out, BackyardAlabama.com, and look for a link in your neighborhood, no matter where you're watching us today. This hour always brought to you by Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew open for lunch and dinner today. You cannot beat what they have for you at lunch there. Check out their menu at champyschicken.com. Let's do trash. Rockstar, hit the big button.
Congratulations, The Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees 2019. Are you as excited as I am?
By the sounds of it, no.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. Our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market. This program allows you to take a time out, make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget and maintaining a 60-day lock-in period while you look for that perfect home. Visit mortgagerate.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first, Palm Coast, Florida. 2 Florida men were arrested in Flagler County after a deputy sheriff caught the duo stealing used cooking oil from a local restaurant.
Why would you be stealing used cooking oil, in your opinion?
Is this the Asian version of the Sprockets?
You know, they almost made a film of that. Like, that almost became a film.
Sprockets?
Yeah. I don't know how you would have made that a film.
Oh, man.
And it was a barely watchable skit.
Bit. Yeah, the bit was bad enough at times.
So, Ru Jin Lin, 48 on the left, and Rong Chen, 41 of Gainesville on the right, were arrested Thursday morning for stealing $5,000 worth of cooking oil from Woody's Barbecue. Deputy Sheriff was on patrol and performing a business check on Woody's around 3:15 a.m. and saw Lin and Chen wearing headlamps as they pumped used cooking oil out of a vat kept in a fenced-in area in the back of the restaurant. Now, the duo was pumping the cooking oil into a white box truck that had large storage containers inside for the oil, along with a pump, bolt cutters, and a pry bar.
With $5,000 worth of cooking oil, I don't know.
Who do you sell it to?
Used cooking oil, I'll continue to point out.
I love the headlamps, though. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
I know. It's like they're miners.
Maybe they have their own restaurant and they're saving overhead there. They're going to cook in that cooking oil.
In used cooking oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
God, does this have a little barbecue flavor to
Tastes
it?
like catfish. You guys don't serve catfish.
Oh, here we go. According to the sheriff, they own a company that buys and recycles old cooking oil, but in this case, they tried to increase their profits by stealing the oil.
Yeah, well, there you go. It
How
does.
can we increase profits?
We could
Theft?
steal it.
They say used cooking oil is often recycled to make diesel fuel and used in other products.
How about that?
There you go. A man attending a wedding at the Glen Mara National Golf Course in Moosic, Pennsylvania, recently parked his car in the creek fronting the club's 17th green following a fight with his wife.
Where you go park?
You'll know which one it is.
It's not a good job.
Yeah.
Wow. How did he get out of it?
You end up getting towed at that point. Oh, how did he get out of the car?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
You just jump out. I would imagine the next foursome on the tee box was like, oh, I didn't know there was a contest today, so a hole-in-one here, I get that car?
Well, you know everybody was trying to hit the car.
No doubt.
Now, according to the reports, the man's wife got out of the car, walked onto the golf course following their disagreement. He pursued in the family's Chevy sedan, eventually plunging over the rock outcropping into the hazard below. Police were called to respond to the disturbance, but in the upset of the century, the man was reportedly sober. How about that? No damage was done to the course. No charges were filed. The vehicle, however, needed to be winched from the creek. In the end, the only official repercussion handed down was members whose wedding was held at the club. They have been allegedly barred from hosting any other events on club property for 2 years.
Well, see, I don't understand that, because I had a wedding and Dunleavy gets in a fight with his wife and destroys the golf course. I get banned for 2 years.
Right. I can't have my parties there.
It was your guest.
Can I tell you what happened here? I think the old lady was in the sand trap on number 17 was one of the other guests.
Oh, Jim.
That's what I think happened.
She got bunkered on the 17th.
Disagreement?
Yeah.
I'm going to assume
she was letting others play through.
That you have pictures on this next story?
I got 2 of them.
Oh. Woman who hasn't cut her nails in 22 years.
Different show.
Has broken a record for having the longest nails in the world.
Yeah, negative.
She has detailed the downsides with living with massive talons.
Yeah, if only there were an option.
Measure a whopping 42 feet collectively and need 15 to 20 bottles of nail polish to paint.
Yeah, but just think about this. You never have to pick up a walking stick if you're hiking.
Oh, God, that looks awful.
The best is this next one of her eating, how she has to eat.
With her feet?
Oh, I can't even look.
She's holding a fork.
But
you got to put them to the side.
Oh, my God.
Can't look.
Gonna guess the handsies out of the question, right?
Can't look.
If she's really talented, LT, she could actually do it from about 10 feet away.
You scratch my back. Cannot look.
Diana Armstrong, 64, from Minnesota, who has entered into the Guinness World Record book for her long nails in August, admitted that she struggles with everyday activities like zipping up her pants, opening cans, and even using the bathroom.
There's no way that doesn't stink.
Now, this is a sad story. The record breaker last cut her nails in 1997 when her daughter tragically died from an asthma attack in her sleep at the age of 16. She vowed never to trim them again. I'm going to say your daughter would want you to trim your nails.
Yeah. I mean, that is a sad event. I don't deny it, but to mourn by saying, you know what, I'm not ever going to do it again is cut my fingernails.
She can't go anywhere either. It says that her nails are so long she can't get in cars.
I would imagine that at some point, if this was an animated series, she would get really angry. Her eyes would light up, and then she would like stab people with her hands and be holding up multiple bodies like,
Jeez, Dunaway.
Like if you just show me that picture, I wouldn't say those are nails. I'd be like, she's got a couple of sticks.
She's collecting canes or something.
Well, she does a shitty job of painting her nails, first off. It's like she's using spray paint. She says that it takes 15 to 20 bottles of nail polish, and it takes 4 to 5 hours to paint them. You can paint a house in 4 to 5 hours, can't you?
Okay, but Lance, you imagine a nail polish little brush is this big, and you got fingernails that are 20 feet long. It's going to be hard to grip something and paint
Why
your
not just spray paint? I mean, it looks like she spray painted it anyway, right?
I would just go the dipping method.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way she can wash her hair, right?
No, she can't do anything.
She can't do anything. She's got to have someone helping her out.
She's eating a complicated meal for that, too.
I would agree.
It's almost like I get a smoothie.
How do you, I know how she's raising, like, how do you raise the fork to your mouth? I know you can get the fork in the food, but how can you get it to your mouth?
I don't know.
Okay, so we've got a woman in Brazil fell for the ultimate scam when she was subjected to a scam artist posing as Johnny Depp. Very believable here. He scammed out the retiree of $40,000. Apparently, this person was posing as the actor, messaged the woman, convincing her that he needed money from the convictions and the lawsuits that he had been involved in.
Yeah. Now, ironically, I'm good on these scams now. It was probably spelled Johnny Depp, D-E-P-T-H, and she clicked on the wrong link.
No, the 61-year-old retiree from Brazil stated that she began the online relationship with the person posing as Johnny Depp. It began in 2020. At first, their conversations consisted of everyday life issues because Johnny Depp's got time for this.
Yeah, everyday life issues.
Before it turned into the Depp impersonator speaking about their said story and the convictions that awaited them from many lawsuits they were involved in. Things began to get far more serious when Depp impersonator began to romantically link themselves to the retiree. Now, the retiree's attorney stated that his client was told that Johnny Depp impersonator was promising to have her move in with him. Things got so far as the retiree undergoing plastic surgery, thinking that she was going to be living in Los Angeles with the Depp impersonator. The lawsuit stated that the retiree was convinced about the impersonator's story because of the pandemic, and she suffered emotional shock during that period.
Plastic surgery.
Just to live with Johnny Depp.
I'm going to move in with Johnny Depp.
Johnny
Depp look right.
Seems like he would go after a 61-year-old.
Yeah.
That cologne commercial is probably one of the best commercials where he's playing a guitar in front of a wolf or something like that in the moonlight in the desert.
And finally, more bad first date stories. This one, a friend asked me on a double date as a blind date. I went to the bathroom and came back just in time to hear my date say to her friend, "Why do I get the ugly one?"
That one hurts. That hurts.
Oh, I wasn't talking about you.
I love this next one. We went to a local bar. He said he could outdrink me. After the third shot, he threw up on the bar and me. Some of it got in my face, and I ended up with pink eye.
Oh.
First date, you can't outdrink me. All right, we're really doing this? We're at Applebee's.
Pink eye, though. That's rough.
Another one, we were making out, and his tooth from his partial denture fell into my mouth, and I didn't know what to do.
Oh, you spit the tooth out and leave?
Again, more bad first date stories. Had a great evening with her. End of the night, we were walking in a park. She proceeds to tell me that she is actually still, quote, technically dating a guy, but he's only with her because she lied and said she was pregnant.
Oh, okay.
But she was going to end that relationship for me.
Yeah. You don't seem crazy at all. Yeah,
on first date, just while walking.
Yeah, in a park.
Another one, blind date picked me up for dinner, arrived at the restaurant as he removed the steering wheel from the column and carried it around with him. He said it would deter anyone from stealing the car.
It will. It's hard
Let's
to
get
drive
this
with
one.
that.
Well, that's going to. I'm deterred now.
Looking around with a steering wheel.
It's not that crazy. I mean, back in the day, we used to carry our stereos with us when we go inside.
That's true.
I used to
that
have
thing
a
up.
club when I lived in California.
Yeah.
In the club, you just put it across the steering wheel.
I remember the commercial.
What was that called?
The club.
The club. Yep. The club.
In our final bad first date story, guy asked me if he could show me something he had been working on lately.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I have.
He then started beatboxing in the middle of the restaurant.
Where you going?
That is Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. They have got a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can actually buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast-track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR.
What Josh Heupel says going into the Alabama game this week, and kick times coming up for the October 22nd weekend. I assume CBS had to make this choice, but it's good news for Alabama fans when we come back on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Talk a little NFL here in a second. We'll get to the phone lines, 205-734-0923. Nick Saban's news conference coming up at the top of the hour as we work our way towards week 7 of the college football season. He'll be talking about the rivalry game with Tennessee coming up. UAB, by the way, beating Middle Tennessee State, blew them out. 581 yards of total offense for the Blazers. Easy win over MTSU. They get Charlotte at Protective this weekend. Part of the show being brought to you by Crocker Moving Services. People use Crocker Moving Services for both residential and commercial moving. A fantastic service there. They'll even pack up your office or pack up your home to move. If you're moving right now, remember the name Crocker, but a lot of you may move during the holidays or next spring or summer. So we want you to think about that move and always think about CrockerMovingServices.com. CrockerMovingServices.com. The owner, Eric Crocker, is a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War, and they do so many things right at Crocker Moving Services because they've got a great team, veteran-owned team, and a team that has been together for a while. Drew, who's the operations manager for Eric, they actually started working together years ago. 35 years of combined working experience just between those two, and they use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies whenever possible. Remember the name Crocker if you're moving anywhere in the continental United States, CrockerMovingServices.com. Randy's over in Fultondale. He is next with us. Randy, welcome to the show, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. My name is Randy Dodd, and I have a website called 3dmorningreport.com. About 3 weeks ago, I wrote an article called Bring the Rush. And in this article, I made the case that the Dallas Cowboys would actually win more games with Cooper Rush than Dak Prescott. And I think Cooper Rush should be the starting quarterback going forward. And I wanted to know what you guys thought about that.
I would disagree. You know, I watched every minute of that game being a Rams fan yesterday. Cooper Rush, this could be the best defense in the NFL right now with the Dallas Cowboys. And that game came down to 4 plays. Strip sack, first possession for a touchdown. Block punt, next possession gave them 3 points. The Pollard 67-yard run where Aaron Donald missed a tackle. There were 4 total missed tackles on that one. And then Cooper Rush did make one really good throw to Michael Gallup on a 3rd and long where he gets the toes in. Dak Prescott is a borderline top 10 quarterback. Cooper Rush is a backup quarterback. I mean, I give him a lot of credit because he's yet to lose. He's 5-0, but they're doing it with defense.
Yeah, I mean, if you tell me as a defensive coordinator of the National Football League, do I want to prepare for a team that's being quarterbacked by Cooper Rush Brown or Dak Prescott? I will take the Cooper Rush.
Yeah. I agree with everything y'all are saying, but LT, I would like to point out that a lot of Super Bowls were won with defense, like your Rams last year.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
No, I think the Dallas Cowboys are a legitimate Super Bowl contender because of that defense.
Yeah, but you don't have to tie your hand behind your back offensively just because you got a great defense.
Well, but one of the points I make in my article is that Cooper Rush costs about $1 million a year, and Dak costs $40 million.
Well, and thank you, Randy. And that is true, but that only lasts momentarily. You've got to make this decision not on, all right, I can save a couple $1 million for 2 or 3 years. You got to make this decision on who's my best 10-year plan. Is it 10 more years of Dak Prescott or 10 more years of Cooper Rush?
Well, and you're waiting for an implosion on Cooper Rush, too. And I thought it was going to happen yesterday. I gave out the Rams -5 because I thought their defense would win the game. I know the offensive line had problems going into that game. But, again, Dallas's defense is just really, really good.
It becomes harder and harder to have a Trent Dilfer situation where you can game manage your way to a Super Bowl. Bobby says y'all shouldn't have answered his question until you billed him for the ad for his website. Kerry says only Stephen A. Smith thinks there'll be a quarterback controversy there.
There will not be.
All over in the chat room. I don't know how quick you are to you don't rush Dak back because you've won more games than you thought. I think we said going in to the Dak absence that if they were 500, that would be a huge win for the Cowboys.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're as surprising a 4-1 as anybody in the NFL. By the way, that division surprising Philadelphia undefeated, the Giants 4-1, the Cowboys 4-1. Best that division's been in a long time. I wonder today, because two things that sports talk hosts love, coaching hot seat and quarterback controversies. I wonder if today in Boston there is any talk about Bailey Zappi taking this thing even when Mac Jones is healthy.
Maybe. That was,
that was a beatdown.
Well, to me, that was the most shocking thing.
Yeah, 29-0.
You had Detroit, who, although they're not great,
they're scoring a ton of points.
Yeah, they were leading the NFL in scoring, and to get shut out against that Patriots team, I mean, that was very surprising.
We'll continue the conversation of the National Football League, what we saw yesterday. But remember, Champy's Chicken, whether it's a Saturday or Sunday or even a Friday night as we get close to the playoffs, they'll help you win your tailgates, or if you're watching games at home, give you a great meal to do that. You've got the wonderful po' boy sandwiches, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the great fried chicken plates, and a lot more at champy'schicken.com. Open now for lunch on Highway 119 in Alabaster, and order ahead at champy'schicken.com to see that full menu. As you watched yesterday, the London game, the 9:30 game, as far as the atmosphere there, I thought that was a really good atmosphere and a fun game to watch. And Aaron Rodgers getting 2 passes batted down in the red zone at the end of the game kept the Packers from getting that equalizing score there. A big loss for the Packers and a big win on the other side for those New York Giants.
I mean, Brian Dable, he's got to be your coach of the year right now.
Yep.
I mean, to have them at 4-1, and you've got a healthy Saquon, so that he's a difference maker offensively. You still don't have a quarterback that you can trust, but the defense is playing extremely well right now.
Yeah, and Dable moving around, it seems like the guys have bought into him, giving them a lot of juice, if you will, on the on that sidelines there. Brown, your Dolphins lost. We talked a little bit earlier about the Teddy Bridgewater injury, and then the call everyone's talking about. We hit it in the first segment. The roughing the passer penalty on Brady helped my Buccaneers go on to win the game, but that's just a bogus call. These refs are in such a tough situation now, but Saturday night in the Alabama game, we finally saw the call that Steve Shaw had told us about was a little change of the nuance of the rule. Passer in the passing mode and a dive at the legs was finally called in a college game. You see it all the time in the NFL, rare in a college game.
There was another one, and I got to remember which college game I was watching, but there was another personal foul called, and it was all because the passer was in the passing mode.
Right.
Roughing the passer, and I want to say it was Oklahoma State, but I'm not 100% on that. But, that guy did come in low, and Milroe was a little gimped up after that.
Yeah.
I mean, Milroe limped around for a little bit after that hit. I mean, because that was super alarming if you're an Alabama fan. I know a lot of them wanted to see Simpson anyway, but if he's forced into the game because Milroe had to come out hurt, I mean, that would be a nightmare scenario.
Before we get to the top of the hour and Nick Saban, and before LT tells us about Bromberg's, the kick times for next weekend.
Yeah, next weekend, UT Martin, Tennessee, going to be your 11 o'clock SEC Network game. Ole Miss, LSU, the Magnolia Bowl, I think that is a 2:30 CBS kick. I guess they didn't want to show Bama for 3 straight weeks. 3 o'clock SEC Network, Missouri Vandy. Bama, Mississippi State, 6 o'clock ESPN. And the late SEC Network game, Texas A&M at South Carolina. It's an Auburn bye week. Mississippi State at Alabama, 6 o'clock ESPN.
That's I think a lot of Alabama fans would say thank you.
Yeah.
They don't seem to love the 2:30 window. They love the night games. That'll be a meaningful, huge Saturday night game at Bryant-Denny Stadium for that one. That look ahead brought to you by Bromberg's.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake on CBS's part, by the way. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If you're in the market, you're popping the question, you need to go see the diamond specialist there at Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online, brombergs.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Nick Saban News Conference in just a second. It is brought to you today, as always, by Hamburger Heaven, our on-campus drive-thru.
Yeah, since 1982, Hamburger Heaven, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order, including that great club sandwich. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each day for breakfast or lunch. Visit any of the 4 locations of Hamburger Heaven, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood.
The defense pressured the quarterback 55% of the dropbacks. That's one positive from the Alabama win over Texas A&M. Jahmyr Gibbs, 21 carries, 154. As you heard Joel Klatt said, when they knew he was going to run the football, he got 154 yards. There were a lot of positives that came out of that game for Alabama, despite Texas A&M having ball in hand, running basically a two-point conversion play to win the game.
And by the way, if you missed Joel Klatt's breakdown of why that play was a bad play call, it is an excellent breakdown. I suggest you get that wherever you get your on-demand with us. Where do you guys know where Alabama ranks in the nation rushing offense in the nation? Yards per game is the way they rank this.
Just it feels. I haven't.
Tell
looked.
me where it feels.
It feels like it's somewhere between 6 and 10 in the country.
6 and 10.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was going to say top 15.
Third.
Wow.
Third in the nation, only behind 2 service academies. Only Army and Air Force are in front of Alabama in rushing offense. You don't get that feel from the way the fans react.
Army
to
and
it.
who?
Huh?
Army and
Air Force. 2 service academies.
Well, I mean, technically, if we were going to war, I'd want Army, Air Force, and Alabama doing the battle. Yes.
Oh, it's a week on the water without the Navy, my friend.
Yeah.
Alabama leads the nation in yards per carry at 6.99, just a shade under 7 yards per carry. Number 1 in the entire country. So they're third in the nation in rushing yards per game. First, if you consider an actually balanced offense. And they lead the nation in yards per carry, and it just doesn't feel that way for a lot of fans.
Tennessee is the opponent this week. Hendon Hooker threw it for 236. He ran it for 56. That's part of the Hooker game that you've got to be a little concerned about as you watch the game this week. The escapability of a mobile quarterback. Jabari Small ran for 127 down at LSU. Cedric Tillman, much like Bryce Young, we're waiting to see if Cedric Tillman is able to return this week for Tennessee. He is expected to be back, but Brew McCoy has been good, and so too is Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, on Cedric Tillman, earlier today, Josh Heupel, he said they're still gathering information on the cornerback that was arrested last night, so they are kind of
Jalen
McCullough. Not a no comment there, but no resolution to that. But on Cedric Tillman, he said one of the reasons he had the tightrope surgery was to be ready for this game. That was what Heupel said.
Yeah, to get back for this one.
For this game. He said still, though, he's got to practice this week. He played it up like a day-by-day decision, day-to-day. I think it's 18 days. I think is what it will be. It's 18 days from tightrope to the Bama game.
I would say we've watched Tua Tagovailoa do that. To come back for the LSU game or whenever he's done it to come back.
I think that was 20 days.
He still didn't. He looked very ginger, and he wasn't being asked to run and cut.
That's what I was about to say. That's a quarterback doing it, which is difficult to do, but imagine a receiver now doing it.
Before we get to Nick Saban's news conference when it starts, it's weird watching on ESPN right now. It's Thanksgiving weekend in Canada. It's Canadian Thanksgiving this week, and they're about to do a day. Their version of the Lions, I guess, is the Montreal Alouettes. My Ottawa Red Blacks are playing the Alouettes today, and it's a Thanksgiving broadcast on TSN. I don't know if it's always shown here in America or not, but happy Canadian Thanksgiving, everybody.
Yeah, I had no idea.
I had no idea.
They do theirs on a Monday, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if it's on a Monday or this week. They just said Thanksgiving week of CFL football, but day broadcast here, and their version of Terry Bradshaw and them are breaking down the game. I don't know if they've got an 8-legged turkey they're gonna serve up here at the end.
That's interesting. I had no idea it was Thanksgiving weekend.
I've never seen day Canadian Football League football here on ESPN, but we're about to get it.
So today we're celebrating those that are Indigenous and Christopher Columbus, right? That's our day here.
That's today.
Yeah.
Indigenous People Day.
That is today.
And Columbus Day.
And Columbus Day.
Bryce Young's storyline, he did come out and warm up as I was at the stadium there, and all the great print media, national media that were there, they were watching to see what Bryce would look like. And then they were watching the handshake, waiting for it to happen. And if you watched it happen, each coach has someone standing beside them that sort of, well, here comes Nick Saban to the podium. Yep. So let's listen to Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. That story coming up after Nick Saban talks about Tennessee.
So I think it's fairly obvious that there's a lot of things that, we need to work on, evaluate personnel, evaluate consistency and performance, evaluate priority of getting your job done the right way so that we can have a little more consistency, in our performance. We didn't take advantage of opportunities when we had them, in the last game. And that's certainly something that's going to catch up with you. Players have to understand you got to do things to keep from losing before you can think about winning, which is, turning the ball over, making mental errors, not reading things correctly so that we can execute plays the way they're designed. And that's something that we, as a whole, as an organization, need to do a better job of working together with the players and the coaches so that we can do a better job of getting that right. We're going to play a really good Tennessee team. This game means a lot to a lot of people in Alabama. It's kind of a rivalry game, and it's always been an important game for us. Tennessee's got an outstanding team. They're undefeated. Josh has done a really, really good job there. Probably one of the most explosive offenses, if not the most explosive offense, in the country. They've got really good wide receivers. 4 guys have lots of production. They've got 2 really good running backs, lots of production. The quarterback, Hooker is, really done a nice job of executing their offense. He's one of the leading pass efficiency guys in the country, as well as has ability to extend plays and make plays with his feet. He's a very good athlete all the way around, and has had an outstanding year. Their defense is, one of the top defensive teams, especially in terms of creating negative plays and making people difficult for them to score. 17 points a game is, really good and one of the tops in the SEC. And they're always really solid with their specialists and on special teams. So this is a really, really good team, a real challenge for us. And our priority has to be, we got to get it right ourselves. And, so that we do a better job of putting ourselves in positions of having a chance to be successful. And when we do that, we got to take advantage of it.
How has J.C. Latham been playing at right tackle here lately? And how would you evaluate the offensive tackle play as a whole to date?
I think JC has done a good job all year. He's a passionate guy, tries to play physical, and he's made nice improvement throughout the year. I don't think as an offensive line as a whole, this was one of our best games. I think A&M has a really good front, and we need to do a better job overall up front to be more consistent. We make yards rushing, but how many positive plays versus negative plays? And a negative play to me means you don't gain 3 yards or more. So that consistency, we need to continue to work on.
What's the latest on Bryce Young's status?
Bryce is getting reevaluated today. I don't really know much. I hadn't talked to Doc, since he did that. Hopefully we're going to try to get him ready to play this week, but this is something that, nobody can predict, how quickly this is going to give him an opportunity to be able to go out and do what he needs to do. And, we'll see as the week progresses, but I don't have an update much more than that.
After watching the film, just how effective did you think that package with Will and Dallas and Chris Braswell on the field together was at getting pressure on the quarterback?
I thought we did a good job of getting pressure on the quarterback. I know we had 3 sacks, but we had, probably, 10 or 12 other pressures on the quarterback. So it worked well for us. It was effective.
Talked about their defense that Tennessee has. What about their run defense specifically stands out to you for them?
Well, they're physical up front. They play hard. They're aggressive in terms of their style of, bringing people, create negative plays. They tackle well. They play hard. They play well together. So they have a good understanding of, what they're trying to get done on each call. So they're a good front seven.
What could the wide receivers do to make Jalen or Bryce's job a little easier, keeping the passing game consistent?
Well, I don't know that no one's standing here blaming the receivers for anything. I think we all need to self-assess, and the only way you learn is when you make a mistake, you listen, you learn, you improve, you don't make the same mistake again. And we need to play better at all positions on offense relative to what we did in the last game. And I think most of the players would probably tell you the same. So I can't really say that the receivers didn't do what they were supposed to do. Could they do it better? Absolutely. Could we get better play at every position, whether it's quarterback, wide receiver, whatever? Absolutely. So that's what we're trying to focus on so that we can have more consistency running the ball and passing the ball.
Stay over there with Katie. Coach, you talked about turnovers a little bit in your opening statement, and obviously you've still won all your games this year, but how challenging is it to win games when you have a negative turnover margin, and how much is that something you want the offense and defense to improve on in this last half of the season?
Well, we've been emphasizing it like crazy, and this is the first time in a long time we've had a negative turnover ratio at this point in the season. We don't get enough turnovers on defense, and we've given the ball up more than we have historically, and both of those things need to improve because it is very, very challenging. I've said many times before, one of the most compelling stats relative to winning and losing is turnover margin. And every week we show the players, okay, if you're +1, you're +2, you're +3, all over the country, what was the record? If you're -1, -2, -3, all over the country, what was the record? And it's pretty compelling. So, it's one of the, and the players understand that, and they understand the value of turning the ball over relative to the other team, what the average turnover in a season allows you to score. And when you get a turnover, what that benefits you in scoring. So these are very important factors that have been emphasized, and we just need to do a better job.
Hey, Coach, you're about midway through the season. Just overall, how do you feel about your team at this point in the year?
Look, I believe in our team, but I believe in our team when our team does the things that they need to do to have a priority of doing their job. Because, everybody looks at people's flaws, and those things get exposed if you don't do things correctly. And I think the big thing that we need to do is make sure that we're doing things correctly, collectively as a group on a more consistent basis. When we do that, I think we have a very good team. When we haven't done that, we're pretty average. So it's kind of everybody's choice to try to get it right. And it's our responsibility as coaches to help them get it right.
Stay over there with Mason.
Number 11, Jalen Hyde for Tennessee. He's top 5 in the SEC in both receptions and reception touchdowns. Just what do you see from him on film, and what do you plan from him going forward?
Well, he's an outstanding player. He's got really good speed. Their offense spreads people out, and they take great advantage of spreading the ball around to all their skilled players. He in particular has made a lot of big plays, which they take a lot of shots, and they've converted a lot of shots. And one of the, keys to the game is not giving up big plays. And that'll be really important for us if we're going to be successful against them on defense. And we're going to not only have to guard him, but about 3 or 4 other guys that are pretty good receivers as well.
Coach, you talked about his growth before, but was there ever a moment in practice where you felt like, okay, Deontay Austin's kind of got a handle on this now?
Yeah, he's been, we've been playing him all year long. I thought he played fairly well in the game this past week. And we got a lot of confidence in him. He's a good competitor. He's serious about what he does. He's smart. He understands what he's supposed to do. He can run. He's a good athlete. So pleased with his progress, and thought he played, fairly good game especially being, his first start when he had to go out there and play the whole game. So did a really good job.
You mentioned after the game that you wanted to go back and look at Jalen Milroe's passing. Just what did you see that he did well, and what did you see that maybe he needs to improve on?
Well, I just think Jalen played with a lot of anxiety, and I don't think, he allowed himself to let his training sort of guide him, and trust and believe in it so that, he could have success in executing plays. And, you can't turn the ball over and not execute plays like they're designed relative to the read of what you should and shouldn't do. So those things are all things that we need to definitely improve on, so that we can utilize all 11 players on our offensive team. We got skilled guys that can make plays. We got to, distribute the ball at the quarterback position so they can. And whether it's a run or a pass or an RPO or an advantage throw, you got to make the right choices and decisions on those things. And I think we definitely need to improve in all those areas.
That is
Thank
Nick
you.
Nick Saban there with the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Before LT tells you about Hamburger Heaven, Bryce being reevaluated today, and Nick Saban says, quote, try to get him ready to play this week. A little bit more engaged in playing this week than he was this time last week. Not day-to-day anymore, trying to get him ready to play this week. That's the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through.
Yeah, hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day. For breakfast or lunch, visit the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
You're really good at news conference stuff. You can tell that the phrasing is different than this time last week.
There's no doubt. And I don't think, Nick Saban was just playing games by dressing him Saturday night. I think in an emergency, Bryce Young could have played in the game. Now, maybe you're handing off a lot, you're not throwing as much, you're protecting him a little bit, but I think in an emergency he could have played. That's just not that Saban has been in this situation before with an injured quarterback like that may or may not play, but that doesn't seem to match his normal decision-making, playing those mind games with Jimbo Fisher.
No, and it really wasn't a mind game. I mean, I'm the dumbest person in the press box, and when you don't see him throwing ball at all, he wasn't going to play. He was out there because, A, he's a captain, he's a team leader, but like to your point, maybe in an emergency situation, he's out there handing the ball off, making the checks in the right read to get him into the right play, which would be invaluable as opposed to a redshirt freshman quarterback checking and getting him into the right play.
Yeah, like it would not have stunned me if Milroe, I mentioned, how he got hit on that personal foul and he has to come out of the game. It wouldn't have stunned me if Bryce Young comes in, if you think it's only going to be a few plays. Now, if you think Milroe's done for the game, you might have to make a business decision there with Bryce Young and Ty Simpson. But if you thought it was just going to be a couple of plays, I would not have been surprised if you saw Bryce Young in that situation.
And don't throw no matter what situation.
Right. Yeah.
Don't take a hit, hand it off, kneel down, whatever you got to do. Don't take a hit because you're playing for a bigger picture. And it does look like, and it timed out really well, the Bryce Young reevaluated went earlier this morning. Nick Saban has not had a chance to talk to the doctors.
He's tied up. He's studying film.
Not had a chance to talk to the doctors, try to find out, but they're going to try to get him to play this week. I don't know if we'll get anything definite whether or not he'll play or not until you see him in warm-ups on Saturday, but maybe we will. Nick Saban's very honest about it.
I'd go seesaw 99% he plays.
I think he will play too.
I do too.
But just so you'll know what the normal deal is, Saban will meet the media in the coaches teleconference Wednesday morning. Again after practice Wednesday, and then his coaches show Thursday. So there'll be 3 more times where he'll address this. So you'll just have to see how it goes throughout the week.
Yeah. And when he gets off the bus on Saturday with Jenny Dell, and before the game starts again with Jenny Dell, I mean they'll ask him a lot until he says Bryce is definitely playing. All right, Hemp Hill Services, they bring you the lock every day. LT will send out one later today. Maybe it's on Raiders and Chiefs. Maybe it's second half total on the Red Blacks and the Alouettes and the Thanksgiving Canadian football. I don't know, but he'll send it out later on. Another winning week for the lock. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, and the team there there, the name you can trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, and fix it at a fair price for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. When we come back, we'll do 4 downs. We still have our stock report to go and a lot more college football until the show is done right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for backyard adventures.
Another interesting thing from Nick Saban's news conference was talking about the negative turnover ratio. And he sort of phrased it like we've never been this deep into the season where we've got a negative turnover ratio. They've given the ball away more than they've taken it away. And it's really not even close after 4 more turnovers the other night.
It's remarkable to watch. They're normally so good protecting the football, and to see them be so loose with the football Saturday night almost cost them the game. They're 118 out of 131 in turnover margin.
A Nick Saban coach
Yep.
Alabama team that was number 1 in the country is 118 out of 131 in turnover margin. That's an amazing stat.
It really is, especially the fact that they get so much pressure on the quarterback.
I know.
Yeah, give me the record of those that are around.
Well, I mean,
just a couple of the teams. I have a pretty good feel of records. 119, 117.
South Carolina is tied with them at 118.
Yeah.
Northwestern is tied with them at 118.
Not going to a bowl game.
Colorado State.
Yeah, not good.
Got their first win.
Yeah, Army. Army plays different.
Army's only got 1 win.
Right behind Alabama is Utah State.
Yeah, not good.
Texas Tech.
Yeah.
They're okay. Central Michigan, Eastern Michigan, and then Auburn.
Yep. So, yeah, lucky when you turn it over like that and you don't take it away enough to make it up, lucky to be unbeaten right now with that kind of number. You've just overcome those things. He wants it to be different the second half of the season. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
Listen, getting that great spring and summer yard starts right now. You might think you don't have to think about your yard again until the spring. Well, that's fine if you just want an average yard, but if you want the best yard in the neighborhood, you need to shut down the growing season the right way with Wayne's. Get the proper pre-emergence in the soil and the root system. Get the proper treatments and nutrients in the soil and the root system. Wayne's does that with Envirolawn. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR, and your first month of Envirolawn is absolutely free. Let Wayne's make sure you've got the perfect yard and get the first month free of Envirolawn when you call 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES. And the number 1, use the code TNR for the next round to get that first month free.
I mean, it was only 2016, the last time Tennessee was 5-0, but here they are again. Feels different this time around. Josh Heupel after the win down in Baton Rouge on this 5-0 start for the Big Orange.
First 5-0 start since 2016. What does that just say about the program and where the program is headed?
And it says that we found a way to be the best team on the field the last 5 weeks. And our players have worked hard. They expect to play in a really good way, expect to win. I love this group. They continue to get better in their practice habits. They love one another. They have fun while we're competing every day. And I think that shows up in the way that they play, too.
It's a weird goatee 5 o'clock shadow for him, isn't it? That the 5 o'clock shadow is just the goatee area.
I don't think Josh particularly cares.
It's going away from the chin.
Yeah, it's like he's got the stripe on the top too. Like he kind of at an angle there, going from the goatee to the ear. Do you see that? Like the top.
I do see that.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He does not care.
Yeah. He's coaching good football right now. I'm having to eat crow on the guy. I said it was a bad hire. I am currently wrong at this moment in time.
Well, if you're eating crow, anybody, it's how the heck did Virginia Tech let Hendon Hooker get away?
Well, it was wild, isn't it?
It really is wild because you saw flashes for Hendon Hooker when he played at Virginia Tech. Now it's been night and day. Now the kid he doesn't turn the football over.
Yeah, well, he got out of Virginia Tech in a nick of time, and he's got a good place in Tennessee right now going into the biggest game of the weekend. Game day will be there. Number 3 versus number 6, 15 years in a row. 15 in a row, Alabama has beaten Tennessee, and a lot of Big Orange fans think this is their chance to end that streak. Let's talk about a little bit more football with our Vulcan Tires 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can help you out with brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop into one of those great locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Better chance. Texas 2-loss college football playoff appearance, or Brent Venables fired after 1 year?
I would say better chance of those two would be Texas with 2 losses. I think they'll look at, if Alabama continues to be what Alabama has been, they'll look at that and say, hey, that was a 1-point game. Kick at the horn, basically, for Alabama. And then I think they'll look at Texas Tech and say they were without their starting quarterback and lost in overtime.
Yeah, Brown's exactly right there. In the committee, when they get to that room, they will be evaluated differently than every other 2-loss team that didn't lose a game with their starting quarterback. overtime loss on the road with a backup quarterback. I would say in the committee's mind, they're probably a 1.5 loss team right now. Better chance Texas in the playoffs than Oklahoma firing their coach.
Well, and Texas has got a great brand, and I think that goes a long way for this committee. I just don't know if Texas can navigate the rest of the season
that's
without
the problem.
a loss.
Yeah, that's the problem. I just don't think they can. I mean, at some point, Quinn Ewers is going to have to go on the road in a hostile environment and start. He hasn't had to do that yet.
What do they have left on that schedule?
Well, they're hosting Iowa State this week.
That's a win.
Well, that should be a win. Iowa State's playing bad football right now. They're at Oak State, which is a massive game for them.
Huge game.
Bye week at K-State.
Not easy.
Hosting TCU, at Kansas, hosting Baylor. I mean, they've got some tricky spots left in there.
Yeah, I think they lose at least one of those.
Yeah.
I mean, they are improved. There's no doubt.
Second down.
More realistic, Tennessee or UCLA in a college football playoff?
To me, it's Tennessee than UCLA. It's a great start for UCLA. This was by far their best win to date against their toughest opponent. So they've gradually built into the season with Washington, which was a step up from the previous opponents, and now with this UCLA team. But I don't think when they get to the end of the year and USC and then the Pac-12 championship game that they're complete enough to win those games yet. Tennessee, I feel like they're going to get either Alabama or Georgia. I feel like they're going to beat one of those teams this year.
I could see that, but I could see them lose another game, though.
Yeah, but best chance for them to be in Atlanta, they could lose this weekend and still control their own destiny if they beat Georgia in the rest of their games.
I'll put it this way. I'd rather have Chip Kelly's path than Josh Heupel's path.
Oh, yeah.
There's only 2 more difficult games for UCLA.
Well, one of them is Saturday at Oregon. I don't know if they win that game. And
bye week this week in mid-Oregon.
I'm sorry, next
right?
Saturday at Oregon. Yeah, my apologies.
That's okay.
Yeah, and then USC.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I don't see them losing another game. I mean, worst case, I think they're 10-2 this year, which is a great
Again, a huge step forward for Chip Kelly this year.
And if USC's in the playoffs, then that could be 10-2 or 11-1 in the Rose Bowl, which is a big deal to those people.
Oh, yeah.
Third down.
Those people, who are you calling those people?
More realistic Heisman finalists this year, Will Anderson or Will Rogers?
It's Will Rogers. I mean, his passing numbers, you said it on Friday, and he ended up doing it, I think, in the first half on Saturday, where he broke Aaron Murray's record, and he did it in virtually half the games to get there. So Mike Leach is going to reset with his offense all of our passing records before he rides off into the Key West sunset. But they're playing at a very high level of football. You called them beating Georgia back earlier in the year. We got the Alabama kick time earlier. They are a dangerous team against anybody. They've got to be kicking themselves right now. Not that it has cost them anything yet, but that loss to LSU is sticking out right now. Like, what happened in that second half?
It's hard to
offense?
explain.
Yeah.
I mean, when you watch LSU, it's hard to explain because I think State's the second best team in the West, and it's hard to explain away that LSU loss.
Yeah, and they had a double-digit lead. They were up 13.
And Barry Odom is sort of the guy who laid the groundwork on how to beat Mike Leach's with SEC type players. He laid the groundwork last year on how to beat, or 2 years ago, on how to beat Mike Leach. You rush 3, you drop 8. Problem was, now they can't get the 3 home. Arkansas couldn't. And Will Rogers, I mean, he wasn't bouncing. He wasn't always moving his platform. Sometimes he just stopped, stood flat-footed, and waited for guys to come open. He had so much time. I don't know if you can do that against Alabama, but that offensive line's protecting well too.
All that said, it's Will Anderson, because Will Rogers, you don't get respect for playing in that system in Heisman terms. Nobody really ever has, number one. And number two, Mississippi State would have to maybe be in Atlanta for him to win it. And I just don't think they're going to beat Alabama and Georgia and be in Atlanta.
Well, I just got to say this. I think in that system in the SEC is viewed differently, though.
That's right, than it was in the Pac-12. That's a great point there. And Jack's got another great point over here. A lot of what Will Anderson doesn't show up in stats.
8 quarterback pressures.
And the 986 or 1,217, how many Heisman voters we have, which is way too many. There are too many people like me on there who would look at stats on a defensive guy and say he must have this or he must get a lot of sacks or something, and they're not going to notice how Will Anderson disrupted that game the other night.
But the opposite of that is also true, is that Will Anderson came into this season getting a ton of pubs, so people are watching him. I would love to know the percentage of Heisman voters that could tell you where Will Rogers plays.
Well, here's the thing, though. I think they go on the road, Lexington. They beat Kentucky this week.
Well, that's going to do nothing for you.
Well, but I think it puts them in the top 10, and then you've got a top 10 matchup against Alabama.
Yeah. That'll help.
Everybody will be watching.
He would have to have the game of his life in that game.
A lot of people do.
And win it and beat Alabama.
Probably so.
And
Johnny Manziel.
His best chance for the Heisman, Alabama beats Tennessee this week.
Yep.
Alabama goes back to number 1, which is possible. Everything happens in the AP.
Yep.
And then Mississippi State comes in, beats number 1
you're
on
right.
national TV on ESPN.
4th down.
Couple of birthdays today. Brett Favre, 53. Dale Earnhardt Jr., 48.
Oh, wow. Compare the two?
Better career.
Oh, that's not even close.
Brett Favre.
It's Brett Favre. Yeah. It's not even close.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, but I mean, Earnhardt, although he didn't win a ton, he won some big races, and he was the fan favorite, right?
Oh, and still is. I mean, his in broadcasting, he's so popular that for the Daytona 500 on Fox broadcast, they brought Dale Earnhardt Jr. from the NBC broadcast into the booth. I mean, he's such a...
But that's like almost winning an MVP, being a fan favorite in that sport. It's so important in that sport to be beloved.
Yeah, absolutely. He is by far more beloved than Brett Favre is. But I loved watching, I mean, whatever you feel about, what's going on in Brett's life now, or what he did at the end of his career with pictures or whatever, however you feel about Brett Favre, entertaining guy to watch. Super Bowl winning quarterback, Ring of Honor in Green Bay, future Hall of Famer, already a Hall of Famer, right?
3-time MVP winner.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, he's one of the best of all time.
Yeah,
I think I'd go Favre,
yeah. And that's 4 downs?
That's it, yeah.
Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Locally owned and operated, great guys. Again, anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Stock report and a lot more college football to do coming up. But for you Braves fans, 12 noon tomorrow, the first game on Fox. I wondered, were you excited when it finally came out? You were playing the lunch game, the first game out of the gate. Again, I was wrong on the number of fans that were being in Cleveland. I'll be wrong tomorrow if I were to say it won't be packed in Atlanta. I'm sure it'll be packed in Atlanta. I just feel bad for the Braves fans who you look forward to the postseason, and I guess you take the day off and you just go. I wish they were in prime time, and I don't blame the networks. I mean, Yankees and Dodgers.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard not to put them in prime.
You're gonna put those teams in prime time. Are we gonna play the whole 5-game series with everybody playing the same days? I don't think so. Maybe we'll break it up. Hopefully, the Braves get some home prime time games at some point in this.
Yeah, and having that late. I mean, not only did the Dodgers win 111 games this year, but you also, if you want to get 4 in, you've got to have a West Coast start.
That's right. Got to get a West Coast start. So Braves first, then the Astros, Yankees, and Dodgers home games tomorrow when the baseball playoffs resume. Later this week, Trivia at Odie's will resume. We'll do our spotlight when we come back, but tell us about the great folks at Odie's.
Yes, Birmingham Institution. Odie's located in Crestline Village. Enjoy this great fall weather, sitting out on that patio, enjoying some of that food from Rodney Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Get in today, go see Will Avery and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today.
America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
We are about to do our stock report. If you missed it earlier, Alabama, Mississippi State, 6 o'clock ESPN kick. Auburn has a bye that week. Don't forget, Johnston RV Center is clearing out their 2022s, making room for the 23s. Means you could save on things like the Clipper 9.0 TD Express, $139 a month, 10% down and approved credit, and much, much more. You can see it all online, johnstonrvcenter.com. That's johnstonrvcenter.com. Or visit them in person. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
We heard from Nick Saban, his news conference earlier this hour, talking about Bryce Young. They're going to try to get him ready to play for this upcoming weekend and being reevaluated today. Brian Harsin on Saturday, after the loss in Athens, had this to say again about another second half where there was not a lot of Auburn offense.
Well, I don't know. We got to work on that. You know, that remains to be seen. I can sit up here and tell you, but until we actually go out there and prove it, you know, it's just a matter of us going back and looking at those things, which we have, in a continuation of what we have to do to get better at it. You know, I got to look at everything that we're doing, everything we're doing on a Sunday and a Monday and a Tuesday, just our preparation in every single thing that we do, right? If it's not working, you don't want to go back and continue to try to do the same things over and over and over. All right, there's a process, there's a plan, but it has to be better. And so that starts with me. That starts with what we are actually doing, how we're teaching, how we're practicing, how we're emphasizing all the things that showed up in every single one of these games, because we want a different result. You know, every guy in that locker room wants a different result.
And I was asked on Sunday, what I think's wrong with Auburn, and it's
where do you start?
It's the roster. The roster is not the same roster as the people that Auburn fans expect them to be. They're not the same roster as rival Georgia. They're not the same roster as rival Alabama. They're not the same roster as the top part of this schedule. Until they get the same roster, you're going to be in a one-possession 17-14 game with the Missouris, who your roster is a lot like.
Yeah, but 10 penalties. They've been outscored now, all under Brian Harson's watch, 125-31 in the second half of their last 9 games against Power 5 opponents.
One thing they're doing well, I'll give them credit for doing this one. Now, teams are able to run the ball on Auburn. They haven't stopped the run particularly well of late, so this contributes to what I'm about to say. There are only 2 teams. I saw our buddy Connor O'Gara point this out. Only 2 teams in college football that have given up 2 passing touchdowns this year, Illinois and Auburn.
Yep.
So they're at least defending the air.
You know who your defensive back, your secondary coach is? Your associate head coach, Zach Etheridge.
That is correct. Some say could be the interim coach at some point soon.
Could be. Let's do our spotlight today. We do it every day. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. On Mondays, we do a college football stock report rockstar.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
Hey, and our friend Bob Baumhauer, they are celebrating 40 years. They delivered, Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants. Later, Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in, try that Alabama hot chicken. It's Bob's own personal recipe. It's the newest and greatest featured item, fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in the tangy blend of herbs, spices, honey, and apple cider vinegar. It's got that spicy finish, served with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits and Miss Mary's southern greens and garlic bread. Pick it up today at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Stock up, stock down for you, Brownie. Start us off.
I got 2 hats in mine. My stock up, I don't know if you guys know what hat that is.
It looks like the Pope's hat.
It's the Pope's hat. My stock up, Marcus Freeman. He's won 3 straight. You know what he did before starting that streak? He converted to Catholicism. Lost 3 as a non-Catholic. He's won 3 straight as a Catholic.
So he became a Catholic this year
That
while
is
the head
correct.
coach at Notre
Yes,
Dame.
converted to Catholicism as Notre Dame's head coach and has won 3 straight since.
Wow. I didn't know that.
How about that?
Did Nick Saban become a redneck after the ULM loss back in the day?
He's from West Virginia, Jim. I don't think that was a big stretch. My stock down is the sloppy hat of Matt Campbell. Bad time for his stock to be down with some of these jobs that are coming open. But their offense is just awful. Against Power 5 teams this year, they're averaging 13 points per game. 13 points per game. I watched his former running back run all over my team, though, in the NFL yesterday. That's part of it.
Yeah, Brees Hall.
Yeah, he's good.
He
man.
is good.
Good hat game there, Brown. I got the first
You're
one.
welcome.
I wouldn't have guessed the second one,
It's
but
got the big Bill, Big Ben, Bubble Bun.
the Big Ben. I was the real life Ben there.
That's right.
I would have
That's the way
figured
he
it
wears
out.
it. Yep.
LT, give us your stock report today, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer.
Yes, my stock up. I didn't do the drawing.
Oh, James Madison, Jimmy Mads.
James Madison, 5-0, now ranked. They are making the transition, their first year in the FBS in the really powerful Sun Belt, and they are dominating opponents
That's
right
a
now.
good conference, too.
It's not a fluke. Their only one possession game was on the road in Boone against Appalachian State. The Ton Centio, the quarterback, has been lights out, 15 touchdowns, 1 interception. Defense has only given up 15 points per game. James Madison is an incredible story.
Yeah.
I think I'm right about this, Brown. They are
you
not.
know that coach is?
James Madison?
Yep.
It is Cignetti.
It is, Kurt
Yep.
Cinetti.
They're not eligible for the Sun Belt Championship.
I think you were right because they were in transition. Yes.
Now, the question is, are they eligible for New Year's Day, New Year's
That,
Six bowl game by
I have
not
no
being
idea.
conference champion?
Yeah, I have no idea how that works.
See, so they could be
Yeah.
they could be not where we think they possibly could be with a Sun Belt championship.
And my stock down, the Miami Hurricanes, they
Yuck.
start 2-0. They're ranked in the top 10. They've lost 3 consecutive games now. You can understand the A&M loss, but getting run off the field against Middle Tennessee State, a team that UAB ran off the field this year. They lost a tough one against North Carolina this past weekend, but they were favored. But Mario Cristobal, with a really good quarterback who hasn't played great, in his first year at 2-3, this is not a great look.
Yeah, good recruiting, but not a great look on the field right now. We'll maybe debate tomorrow who's having a worse first year, Brent Venables or Mario Cristobal right now. Cristobal inherited, I think, a better situation, relatively speaking, considering the fallout off that roster there. Remember, the backup quarterback for Dylan Gabriel, who was a portal guy for Oklahoma this past weekend, was the, I think, third-string quarterback at Pitt.
Yeah. Third team.
Yeah, he was your third team at Pitt, and now he's the backup guy starting Saturday for Oklahoma. My stock up is Tulane and UCF. 5-1 Tulane. My ink's running out. Need a new marker. Tulane 5-1, 2-0 in the AAC. Speaking of New Year's Six bowl game, maybe Tulane's in the mix for that. UCF 4-1, 1-0 in the AAC. Cincinnati, of course, their only loss to Arkansas, 2-0. The likely candidate to be the New Year's Six bowl representative if it doesn't come from the Sun Belt, if it comes from the AAC. But there's Tulane doing a really good job trying to fight, and along with Gus, for that New Year's Six bowl game. Stock down, it's Oklahoma. It's really easy. I didn't have enough board here to do all the negatives there. What do I have here? The worst shutout ever for the program, 49-0. The largest margin in a defeat versus Texas. The first shutout versus Texas in 1965. Do you know how long 1960? We were not even on the moon yet in 1965.
Wow, how about that? Yeah.
Right? Color TV, 65?
I think the rich people had it.
Yeah. The extremely wealthy.
Yeah. What came first, Odie's Trivia or 1965?
Oh, God, that's
it's going to be
1965 on that one.
That's our stock report today, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, again, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. Get in, help them celebrate delicious food. And don't forget about the recession concession menu. Bob trying to save you a few bucks, going easy on your wallet. You can get a $6.99 classic tailgate burger. The Bam Bam chicken, only $9.99. Stop in. 40 years now, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants. Our friend Bob Baumhauer and Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Georgia's number one, what Kirby Smart says about his Bulldogs going into a easier part of the schedule now. It's next on The Next Round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Kirby Smart, Georgia's #1 in the country. After they beat Auburn this past weekend, he was asked to evaluate where his team is. Here's the head coach of the Dogs.
It's just all inexperienced. I mean, 15 draftees, 13 transfers. Your depth is real green. Isn't that kind of what we're seeing as inexperienced guys doing it the first time?
I don't think that's an excuse. Like, what does that matter? Like the players we got, we should be good. I'm not apologizing for winning 42-10. What I'm saying is we got to get better. And the monster that's created, that you got to live up to this expectation and you got to score every drive, that was created by going out against Oregon and having a great opening. That doesn't control how we look at things. I just celebrated in a locker room with a group of kids that are 18 to 22 years old that just beat Auburn for a consecutive some number of times. I'm proud of them.
6.
I'm happy for them. But I'm also realistic that we got to continue to grow and we got to continue to get better. It's not about the age of your players. Every team in college football is young. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, try to explain that to Butch Jones a few years ago. They're all young. That's our Sound of the Day, brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. Keep out that debris. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Almost a 20-year service record in Birmingham. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the Next Round viewer and listener. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Kirby did today say that Stetson Bennett was playing injured, an injury they had not disclosed coming out of that Missouri game. So
he looked like it.
Yeah, maybe that explains why he got off to a little bit of a slow start.
Didn't look like it on that run, though.
It did not. He looked like the fastest guy on the field on that
so
run.
you assume it's not a lower body injury.
It didn't appear to be, no.
Shoulder, arm, or something, rib, or anything like that. But he got after it as he scooted to the end zone. We'll hear what Brian Hardison says tomorrow on our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru and talk more college football with you guys. Don't forget Raiders and Chiefs tonight, 7:15 on ESPN. And we'll unveil our Bud Light game night location to you tomorrow on the show. Try to get a good night's sleep, Rockstar. I know you're anxious.
Dude, don't tease me like that.
Yeah.
You'll be there with us, won't you?
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.